video. However, you would have to turn it on when you have to make a comment, presentation, or ask a question. Plus, we would have set period where we would have to turn it on generally for group photographs. Also, I would like us to, as much as possible, if we are not in a very quiet background, that we are muted throughout the period, except we have to ask questions. And to not forget to make use of the react buttons at the lower bottom of the screen to either raise our hand up or indicate we want to ask questions. We can also use the chat box for any contributions we may have, or drop our questions there when it's time for Q&A. Once again, my name is Grace Kenneth, and I'll be running you through the sessions of the colloquium today. So right about now, we'll be calling on the opening. It's right about now, we'll be having in our opening ceremony. And first on the list would be, I'll be inviting now to give us his opening remark. No other than Dr. Ikechukwu Obiaya, the Dean, School of Media and Communication, Pan Atlantic University. Good morning to you, sir, and welcome.
Good morning, Grace. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I welcome you, echoing the words of Grace, to this colloquium. In the first place, thank very much our partners in organizing this with the Verdant Zeal Group, and also congratulate the Center for organizing this. We all know that today there's a lot of noise out there. There's so many platforms and so many people are talking. There's so much information out there. And it is important that companies know how to distinguish themselves. At the same time that there's so much noise, in quotes, of course, out there, people are a bit more, you could say, demanding, discerning. And of course, in order for them to align to a company or with a company, they need to feel committed. They also need to tie into the vision and the goals of that company. And this is really the role that sustainable marketing communication can play in all of this, because sustainable marketing communication really helps in forming the strategies, the practices that people or companies rather use to promote their products, like we know. And all of this is driven towards sustaining, because we want to be able to get people, our customers and our friends, the practitioners, etc., to tie into what our visions, what our goals are, what the aims of a company are. And of course, this marketing communication helps to educate and persuade the due stakeholders. So this colloquium today is an important one, because I think it's an area in which, well, we're all struggling generally. Each day brings on new realities, and then we need to adapt. We need to see what are the best methods to, well, make the most of the so many opportunities there are for communicating, but at the same time to be able to stand out. So I hope that we will all benefit tremendously from the various papers. There are quite a few lined up. The various papers to be presented in these 2 days, and also, well, contribute our own photos to this, because we all have had experience that we can share and that we can all benefit from. So once again, I welcome you, and once again, I thank the organizers of the colloquium, and thank also our partners who have taken this important step to want to really emphasize the importance of sustainable marketing communication. I do hope that we will all have a very engaging and a very fruitful discussion over these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that wonderful remark over there. And I like the fact that with that, we are able to understand the role the marketing communication plays both in the society at large and for different organizations. And everybody does have a role to play, academics and professionals alike. Okay, about now we'll be welcoming for an opening remark, no other than the supporters of this colloquium themselves, in the person of the Chief Operations Officer of the Verdant Zeal Group, Mr. Dipo Adeseda. You have the floor, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Grace, and good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being a part of this today. My name is Dikbo Adeshida. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Verdant Zeal Group. And just by way of a bit of introduction, Verdant Zeal is a 17-year-old organization, started operations in March 2007, and it is led by Dr. Tunji Olugbodi, who is an astute marketing communications professional. We have, over the last couple of years, been involved in different aspects of marketing communications. And some of the things that we have observed is that the changes in the generations, the disruptions in the markets, a lot of change that one didn't quite anticipate or one didn't quite expect. But then that's the nature of all things in the world, constantly changing. And as we've seen in the recent years, that brands cannot just be there existing in a vacuum, making just profit. At some point, somebody will call you out and somebody will ask you questions. Why are you doing what you're doing? Yes, we understand that there's profits to be made, but there's also a social responsibility to be had as, a provider of certain products or services. And in the course of our 17 years as Verdant Zeal, we've come to understand that brands have a social responsibility. Brands have an economic responsibility. Brands have political responsibility, but ultimately brands have human responsibilities. And it is on this premise that we'll be having this conversation today. We'll be sharing some of our thoughts on sustainable marketing, what it is not, some of the things that people do or brands do, to hold brief, the changing consumer profile, how social media is affecting a lot of things, but ultimately how brands still remain very powerful in every marketplace. That if brands understand the role that they play in the lives of people, they will always have the upper hand if they do things right. So it's on this note that on behalf of the Verdant Zeal Group, I welcome you to the colloquium on sustainable marketing. I trust that our engagement today will be very fruitful and tomorrow as well, and look forward to exchanging ideas as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adeshida. That was a very beautiful one from you. And I really appreciate the fact that we need to understand how making profit should not conflict with our social responsibility as business practitioners and as professionals in general. Thank you very much for that once again. Okay, about now, we'll be taking the panel session, and moderating the panel session, I'll be handing over to no other than Dr. Larry Amodo of the Covenant University. Good morning to you, sir. Good morning,
Grace. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the organizers of this program, acknowledge the School of Media and Communication and Atlantic University, and the Verdant Zeal Group. Thank you very much for the opportunity to chair this panel. So I will be introducing the panelists, and I'm sure that they'll be acknowledging as I introduce them. And after introduction, I will give an idea of what the panel session would be like, and then we'll move on from there. So first of all, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Presley Ogeneruke Obukodata. Now, Presley has over 15 years of experience practicing and teaching media and communication-related disciplines. He's a consummate scholar, teacher, and communication enthusiast who amplifies communication as an intersection between man and the working society, underscoring the fact that telling compelling stories as a communication professional is of great essence. He is a member of several scholarly and professional organizations within Nigeria and outside. Dr. Presley, you're welcome. It's great to have you here. Okay, I'm sure that he is here already. Okay, great to have you here, Dr. Presley. Thank you very much. I have the next person. That is Mrs.
Thank you very much,
Abimbola. Okay, thank you, sir. I have the next person, which is Mrs. Abimbola Odimayo Olabode. And Abimbola has over a decade of experience in marketing communication, spanning various industries. She currently oversees the home care category, PZ Cousins, Nigeria, where she has demonstrated success in implementing innovative and effective marketing strategies that create awareness and drive growth, profitability, and sustainability of the businesses. She strongly believes in creating winning and exciting success stories of brand. Mrs. Abimbola, you're welcome to this platform.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Great to have you here. Next, I have Mr. Tayo Fagbule. Tayo is the editor of Business Day, Nigeria's leading business daily newspaper. He has over a decade of experience working in the media industry. Before he was appointed an editor in January 2021, he was editorial board chairman and deputy director. He serves as a member of the board of several organizations, including the Yemi Sishilon Museum of Art at the Pan-Atlantic University. Mr. Tayo, great to have you here.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Next, I have Mr. Dipo Adesida. Oladipo is an author, writer, voiceover artist, TV, film, and radio producer, and development marketing consultant. He's currently the Chief Operating Officer of the Verdant Zeal Group, a multidisciplinary marketing and communication consultancy where he focuses his energy on creating positive narrative for brands through media-neutral platforms. Mr. Dipo, great to have you, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me here.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And then I have Mrs. Abiodun Ogunsola. Abiodun has almost 2 decades of experience working in the banking, telecommunication, and manufacturing sector. He is currently a deputy manager at Dangote Cement PLC, where she manages corporate sustainability analysis and development. She is a member of the Sustainable. Please, can I request that we mute our microphones, please? Can I request that we please mute our microphones? All right, I'll continue. I'll round up with the introduction. She is a member of the Sustainability Professional Institute of Nigeria. I'd like to welcome Mrs. Abiodun. You're welcome right here, ma.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you very much. It's great to have you here. I seek the permission of the panelists to first name basis for easy to be able to address you easily. Do I have your permission to go ahead?
No problem.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. So we'll have 2 rounds of questioning. The first round, each panelist will take 2 questions each. When we're done with that, within the time that we have, we will turn it over to the participants who will either unmute and speak, so switching on their camera so that we can see them, or if they are comfortable with it, type in their questions in the chat section. We will take that. And once we're done with that, we'll take another round of questioning of the panelists. And when we're done, we'll come again to the participants to interact. We want this to be as interactive as possible. At the same time, we want to be as time sensitive as possible. My first question right away, as we're going in, will go to, okay, thank you very much. That is okay. The first question will be going to Abimbola. What's your idea about integrating marketing communication? Can you share your perspective with us, please?
All right, good morning, everyone. Just to confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, please, we can hear you.
All right, so integrated marketing communication is let me try to define it, but a strategic, coordination of promotional elements and different channels, to be able to reach your target audience. So just bringing it down to FMCG business where I work and the Nigerian landscape, you see that quite a number of brands, communicate with their target audience, to be able to reach them and to be able to share the ideas of what they have, what the products that they have, of the service that they are offering to this target audience. Now, integrated marketing communication is very important because the only way that you can meet your target audience at each of their touch points and then addressing the different pain points that they have is to have a synergized marketing approach in reaching this specific target audience. So it's bringing everything together, bringing your TV, bringing your radio, bringing your digital. Yes, we know with the advent of technology, there's now the digital media that is coming to fore, bringing all those channels together and communicating a single-minded message to your audience, ensuring that you're telling them the products, the service they're offering, and then how you render value or the value that you're bringing to their life. Because overall, the only reason why you're communicating to this audience is to show the value that you're giving to them as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very, very precise response. So you've told us that it's synergizing marketing approach and having a single-minded message. Thank you for that. So having defined what integrated marketing communication is, so the same question still goes to you. How can integrated marketing communication promote product portfolio?
All right, thank you for that question. I did mention you having a single-minded messaging. In single-minded messaging, you have to have a consistent brand message that you're passing across to your audience. So your messaging on your TV, on the radio, on your digital has to be synergized. Now, in communicating for a product portfolio, so for example, I'll use an MTN, for example, you see that the same communication that it's on radio. So if they're talking about 5G, for example, it's the same 5G that they're talking about on radio, that they're talking about on their digital space. It's the same 5G that they're talking about when you go out of home, their billboards, and on radio, for example. In doing that, you see that they're communicating a single-minded message, and then you can pick out the particular messaging that they're trying to tell their audience. Another thing is it also helps you in driving resonance, with your core target audience. So in IMC, for example, digital, I'm using the digital space as an example. There's feedback mechanism. So unlike traditional media in the past, where most of the time, as a broadcaster or as an advertiser, you just communicate to a mass audience and you don't get feedback. Maybe it's few months down the line, maybe when you do a retail audit, I just get feedback on your product or on your service from your audience. You're getting real-time communication from your audience when you're doing IMC, especially with digital, because your audience can see what you're offering and they can tell you and give you either a positive response or a negative response as a whole. And another thing is there's also power in synergy of all platforms. So case in point, for example, let me continue using MTN. So if you're staying in Ibadan, for example, you don't have lights. I'm not saying that's the case, but if for example, you don't have lights, you don't have opportunities, to charge your phone, you don't have an opportunity to listen to radio, you don't have an opportunity to watch TV, based on this infrastructural challenge that you do have. Now, if you're going on the road, you would see an out of home, for example, a billboard that you can see that same message that MTN is communicating on radio or communicating on TV or communicating on digital space, that if they weren't doing a synergized or integrated marketing campaign, you wouldn't have noticed, or you'll probably be missing out from those channels. So those are part of the things that, help in terms of driving product and portfolio communication. And there's another thing, lastly, that I'll mention, which is maximizing reach and frequency. This mainly is for media as a whole. So when you're communicating on different platforms, you get to reach quite a number of people. They get to see the messaging quite a number of times than you just using one particular platform to communicate to your audience. So thank you, Mr. Mod.
Thank you so much for that. That was great. So now we know that we get to reach quite a number of people. And of course, there is instant response, real-time response. So to speak, your report card, you get it immediately. Thank you very much. I'd like to move on to the next discussant. I'd like to speak with Presley right now. Again, your permission to use the first name so that we can move on very quickly. The first question is this: what are the recent trends and challenges of marketing communication? What are the recent trends and challenges of marketing communication?
Okay, thank you very much, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Please go on.
Okay, thank you very much, my able coordinator. Talking about recent trends and challenges. Let me start from the aspect of challenges before I look at the issues of trends affecting marketing communication practices in Nigeria. We will want to identify limited resources as a challenge to the process of marketing communication. Remember that one of the key objectives of marketing communication is to emphasize the importance of coordination of communication activities, especially in building a very resilient brand. And most times, most organizations, either they don't understand the needs in deploying these resources, or they do not have the resources themselves. For those of us in the business, you will quite agree that it is often very difficult to convince chief executives on how they can release or deploy adequate resources towards issues of communications and marketing communications. And then that's one very key challenge. Another key challenge is the issue of cultural diversity. Cultural diversity. You know, with the diverse nature of a country like Nigeria, for instance, sometimes we find it very challenging in trying to identify those nuances in other people's culture that may not stand as a perceptual block. Because let me give you an instance. Back then, when I was at the American University of Nigeria, we created some programs, radio programs, to help educate the Almajiri population. And unfortunately, as part of creating that program, we had to use some sound effects. And inside that sound effect, there were the sound of pigs. Pigs were bleating to show a farmhouse, we had to show a farmhouse. And then there were the sound of pigs inside the sound effect. We didn't do that. We didn't even bother about it. And then when we invited our audience to come and listen to the program, the moment they had that sound of pigs bleating in the background, they got angry, they got offended, because they felt that we're trying to attack their own culture, their own religious background. So this is something that we really need to look at, cultural diversity, how to harmonize this cultural diversity. We can also look at the issues of the consumer himself. What does the consumer think about a brand? Because most times when we deploy some of these, our IMC strategies, we look at it from the point of view that we're trying to build a brand. And then we easily forget that we don't understand what kind of brand the consumer actually wants. What kind of brand the consumer actually wants. Sometimes it's a huge challenge. We have, okay, let me not say social media, digital media. We see a situation today where there are loads of multimedia messages crafted in multimedia forms that can be used to really reach out to diverse consumers, diverse audiences, in such a way that there is good engagement. And all of that. So it is important that even when you are contracting your entire IMC portfolio out, you must have somebody who must be in that, what do you call it, a group, and must continually promote the identity of that brand. Like the first speaker said, brand is something else. Brand is something else. And we need to promote that identity. And the end goal of the IMC is actually to advance the brand to a point of resonance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. The second question still goes to you. And this is, how can big data research contribute to marketing communication?
Well, that's a very interesting one. Big data. Everywhere today we talk about big data, and maybe in addition to big data, we should add artificial intelligence and virtual intelligence to all of that. You see, analytic companies who mine
Hello, sir. Are you still with us? Okay, please let's give him a minute. I think it's his network is fluctuating a bit.
Yes, again.
Thank you, sir. All right, sir. I think we'll come back to that question once the network is a little more stable. Thank you very much. Firstly, we'll take a step forward and then we'll come back to that question with time. I'm moving on to Abiodun right now. And the question is, what is the link between marketing communication and marketing leadership?
Thank you very much for that question. Please confirm that you can hear me very well. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, but please, if you can speak slightly louder, it will help.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
So, marketing communication and marketing leadership, I think it's pretty direct. Marketing communications, we are looking at all the forms of marketing to promote your goods and services. So you're looking at maybe traditional advertising, you're looking at direct marketing, social marketing, PR, sponsorships, and all of that. All that you do to promote your goods and services. And then when you're looking at market leadership, you're looking at you having the largest market share amongst your competitors. You know, your total volume of sales when it's higher than those of your competitors. And because you're ahead, you can make some directions, you can determine the directions of the market. So what is the link between both of them? For you to be a market leader, your marketing communication starts with your product. In my own opinion, your product, you must have a unique selling point that differentiates your product from other products. Then again, your advertising and your promotions have to be distinct. You must understand target audience, which your product will benefit, and your message must be structured to suit a target audience. The same thing, the communication medium you're applying. For example, Gen Z, where do you see Gen Z, for example? You have a product that is targeted at Gen Z. You see them in different social media platforms and all of that. Most likely your marketing will be directed towards that rather than traditional communications media like the newspaper. So you must understand who your target audience is so that you know how to structure your message and you know the medium also to use. And then more than any other thing, your marketing has to be repetitive. It has to resonate with our emotions, with our feelings. Most times people buy things not because they need it, but because it makes them feel good, how it makes them feel. It has to be relatable. And then for me, your marketing has to be about your customers. You have to tell them that when they patronize your product, it will add to their success. It will increase whatever it is that they are doing to increase their bottom line. So your marketing has to be distinct. That's why you have a bank, like Trust Bank, for example. They move from their chest beating advertising on truly first to you first. They're now looking at your customers that it's you first. Or you have a bank like Sterling that says we are the one customer bank. So they're telling you that we're all about you. We're all about our customers' needs. We're all about making our customers to succeed. So there has to be that differentiation in the marketing strategy that you use. And that will contribute to you being a marketing leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very, very insightful answer. The next question again goes to you. And there is a possibility for people to, in the process of doing business, neglect ethics. So the question is this: can you describe how ethical marketing communication can enhance reputation?
Thank you again for that question. So when you're looking at ethical marketing communication, you're looking at ethics and values while persuading your customers to buy your product. The first thing first is you have to be truthful. You have to tell your customers the real components of what your goods and services are instead of lying to them. You have to be fair. You have to come across as a fair advertiser. You don't tell lies. Your marketing has to be responsible. There's a lot of irresponsible marketing going on out there just to attract market share. And you know one thing about messaging and marketing, you can lie to someone once, twice, but you cannot keep lying to the person. So you have to be truthful in your marketing. You have to be responsible. Your marketing has to be seen to be transparent. If you are selling tobacco, for example, you have to tell them the dangers of tobacco smoking so that whoever wants to buy knows that it's his or her choice to buy the tobacco. You have to just come across as truthful, as transparent, and as fair as possible. And that's ethical marketing. And ensure that your product and your goods and services align with their expectations. You don't tell them, hey, and when they open the product and services or they patronize the services, they get a total different thing entirely from what you projected to them. And of course, it adds to your credibility. People will take your word for it. It builds your reputation. They know that if we go to so and so company, this is what we get. If she says it's 50 kg, by the time we weigh, it's 50 kg, it's not 49.5. If we buy this tin of milk, if they say it's 1 liter, what we're going to see there is 1 liter. It's not going to be 950 or 900 milliliters as is obtained elsewhere. So it starts with your product, it starts with your services, your packaging, and the message you put out there, it being truthful, it being transparent, it falls back to you as a person that keeps it on word. It falls back to your reputation as well. So there is that direct link. Once you practice ethics, it builds on your reputation as an organizational entity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abiodun. So we know that you can't build a brand on lies. You can only build reputation when you're responsible. Thank you very much for that. I'm moving over to Taya right now. And the question is this: how do media organizations utilize marketing communication to remain sustainable financially?
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Oh, yes, please go on.
Okay, fantastic. So how do we use marketing to stay profitable? I think first and foremost, our job is really as media, I mean, as purveyors of news, first and foremost is to basically serve the need of our audience. And I think it's to, as I say, it's paraphrasing Google, so keep the audience in mind and the rest will follow. Google will say keep the customer in mind and the rest will follow. So I think that's first and foremost. Okay, you have to serve news. That's what we have to do, or whatever platform, whether it's print, whatever it's digital, we have to do that. And traditionally, actually, for 100 years, really, I would say marketing and news production have been basically it's been a long mutual relationship. But that's changing now, and of course, that's not the question. But the fact is that marketing has sustained news production for a long time. We, even as a business day, we also noticed that for a good, but that is changing now. So for a good period of our 23 years, we noticed the immense contribution to our operations, okay, just from marketing, just to keep the business running. A lot of that from the adverts, from clients. I mean, more than half of our income was just from marketing. So, and that has been the case, as I said, for 100 years. But we started seeing a change when the platform started changing, the medium started to change from print to digital. So a shift, and then we started seeing a decline in the income from marketing. Now, that has affected a lot of both outside of the country, most obviously outside of the country. You've seen a lot of, you've seen the downward trend in contribution from marketing has also been, is correlated with also the decline of journalism in some, so newspapers are shutting down, the laying of staff. And so there's been that marked consequence, okay, in a decline in marketing. But for us as a brand, I think our own marketing is basically by serving the audience, is by serving the audience. Now you need money to do that, obviously, and that's why also we've been getting money from adverts and what have you. But I think our best marketing for news media, I think, will just be that being there for the audience, serving your audience, keeping the audience in mind. And I think those who want to reach you and want to reach the audience that you serve will be definitely interested in you. And then that also will help keep the lights on in the newsroom and at the printing press.
Thank you very much, Haya. So technology may evolve and so many things may change, but if we consistently serve the audience, we will always find a way to manage things. Thank you very much for that point. The next question still goes to you, and it says, is there a link between marketing communication and business models for organizations' sustainability?
So let me just get that clear. Is there a link between marketing
communication and business models for organization sustainability?
Yes, clearly. And I think I alluded to that in the first, just how the means of marketing, of communicating is changing. And obviously the business model has to change. When we started seeing this change in terms of the medium for marketing and communication, and we realized, okay, look, what are the business models out there that we could adopt to adopt so that we can adapt with the changes. Obviously, you first look. We first looked outside of our shores. Okay, fine. What are those who have really gone through, who have been battered by the changing means of marketing communication. How have they changed their business model? Obviously, the print cycle has changed, so they don't want a print timetable anymore. So the days are gone when you would come to the newsroom, say at 12 o'clock. And I mean, there's a famous letter by the editor of Financial Times then who wrote, look, from now on, we will resume earlier. And because we're going to go digital first. So the news will break online first. We're not going to wait till 3 p.m. when we're going to go to press to break the news. No, the news will break first. And because of that, the timetable has to change because now our audience is online, it's digital. And obviously that means the business model is changing to adapt to how marketing and communication is changing because basically the audience are going online, you have to follow them and go digital as well. But I think for us, for me personally, the best business model that I found just adapting to a change in marketing and communication is Daily Times. The Daily Times doesn't exist today, but I think it's a veritable part of the history. I mean, it's a great brand in the history of Nigeria. But I think Ahmed Joda, I think he did fantastic work. I mean, Daily Times had, I don't know how many prints, print run, how many editions that they had, how many products that they had. But this business could run, the business model of Daily Times was that it was not totally dependent on, you say, marketing and income for marketing and communication, really. Okay. They had other things. So the current NGX building was built by Daily Times. They had property. So they could just earn a lot of income from other sources. So they just diversify their sources of income to run as a business media, as a news media company. So we're seeing that now. Thankfully, as I said, we have examples from outside of the shores, what people are doing to adapt their business models to the changes in marketing and communication. But I think we have not studied well yes, it's not standing today. I don't think it's because of that they didn't have diverse income streams, but I think it's a very good business model for all business media companies in Nigeria today. Just to go back and look at Daily Times, how they were able to just run so many different publications and have diverse streams of income. So I would say it's a must because things are changing, and if we're going to continue producing news, one more thing, let's face it.
Hello, Ty. Are you still there? Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Thank you for those thoughts. Very, very profound. I move on to D4 right now. And the question is this. We've been talking a lot about sustainability. So what exactly is sustainable marketing communication?
All right, thank you very much, Larry. So I'd just like to give a quick analogy, right? Maybe taking our minds back a bit for those who can still recall. There was a time when all campaigns were seen by everyone because we had very, very few broadcast media. So if something was on TV, we all saw it, Thermocool and so on and so forth, right? And then it got to a time when you then had a plethora of broadcast stations, you had to start planning based on how people were watching and so on and so forth. So tracking the consumer became a bit more scientific because there were then more channels. And then we moved to the point where we had what I'll call the skip ad season, on YouTube, where you sort of had the option of skipping, not watching everything, right, in totality. So the point where you can now almost exist without seeing any kind of advertising. So sustainable marketing communications really is about how do brands stay in business if consumers have the option of not watching or not participating in any of your brand storytelling. That is the street definition of sustainable marketing communications. Because as we are today, people have choices. You cannot expect that if you put a message even on social media, on Twitter, everyone will see it because there are people that have specific areas of interest wherever they go. There are people who pay for premium services such that they can cut out, marketing communications almost in its entirety. But I think what makes it sustainable is that people are part of the brand's story. That is what really makes marketing communication sustainable. That you get to a point where people are not afraid to say that they use this brand or this service because it offers them a specific value. And that is where the brands move from just being a commercial service to something that is meaningful, right? We've seen cases where brands put a lot of money behind some reality TV show, and in 2 financial years, the brands were completely bankrupt because, again, they were engaging in something that they assumed to be, to deliver the eyeballs, but in truth, the people who they were targeting were not really connected to them. So we still go back to the essence of the consumer. I like what Abiodun said, that the consumer is still at the heart of everything that we do, even in marketing communications. If you're telling a story today, creating some kind of communication, a skit, a radio commercial, whatever it is, there has to be authenticity in there. You have to be telling a truth about the brand that even if it cannot be verified, you are sure that you're definitely sure that you have some kind of advocacy with people who will believe what they're reading about, what they're watching, and what others are even saying about it. So that in a nutshell will sort of be my definition of sustainable marketing communications.
Thank you very much. So you asked a very, very profound question. I mean, how does a business stay in business if the consumer can avoid seeing the advertising? And the answer you gave is also a very profound one, that get them involved. By making them a part of it, then they can actually be authentic in their feeling. Thank you. The next question, I think you've partly answered in the first, but now we want to concentrate on the specific tools. What are the tools and approaches of sustainable marketing communication?
Okay, this is a very, very interesting question. And one of them is authenticity, right? In telling the story of the brand, because whether the media changes, the stories don't change, right? We're still going to be talking about how certain brands are making champions out of young people, how certain brands make you go further, how financial services. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Oh dear.
Loud and clear.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to be sure. All right, so we're talking about how certain brands, boost your ability to fulfill your dreams, help you retire well. All of these things culminate in stories. And so when we're talking about tools of sustainable marketing communications, we're looking at authenticity. Today, more than ever, brands have come under a lot of scrutiny, right? You can create some communication and think, oh, I just created something really nice and put it out there. But there'll be people who will break it down. They will look at the basis of the story. They will talk about the style. They'll even go and do fact checks, right? And of course, don't forget that, you also have those that are sponsored by your competitors who will try and, create a ruse around whatever it is that you've said. So it's important that brands are authentic. Authenticity is what gets you to the point where others who are perhaps even non-paid start to speak for you as a brand. And that's very, very important. The next thing is that we also have to start looking at things around product development, right? Because for every kind of communication that is done, it's based on the brand truth. It's based on what the brand has to offer. But there'll be certain times when even the brand itself, right, has to relook its constitution. For instance, there are agitations by mothers that are talking about cereals that have too much sugar in them. So even though for years we've been talking about how, these cereals are good for your kid and they help, but if mothers are beginning to complain about the additives in these brands, those are things that have to be spoken about. And sustainable marketing communications has to be transparent enough to know that, you know what, let's have a conversation about this, right? Let's talk about it. Let's see what we can do working together. For years and years and years, Coca-Cola has always opened the floor to talk about sugar. because it is a main ingredient in the winning product. But then it is also a concern for people within the who are their consumers. And so it's important to open the floor for transparency, to have these conversations, to look at how products are formulated, to look for how users engage with these products, to talk about them, to even look this back into product development in a way. So marketing communication is not just, brands talking to their consumers. It's also a loop that helps to get feedback so that improves the way the brands themselves or the products themselves are developed and what then happens going forward. I'll just talk about a quick example of how, working with one of our clients in terms of sustainable financing played out, so Maiduguri, far up northeast, had been an excluded part of the country for a long time. And there were certain agitations that, yeah, it's good for a bank to talk about giving loans to the commercially viable parts of the country. But then what happens to places where there's insurgency, right? And so the bank responded by having some kind of engagement within this space. Now, that is an example of sustainable marketing communications. Tools, meaning that you're listening, you're paying attention, you're looking at how this affects real people, taking that into a feedback loop to improve the product development. So yeah, those will be my thoughts on that.
Thank you very much for those thoughts. And you've offered us some tools that I believe that participants have taken note of and they'll find very, very useful. We're about rounding up this particular round of questioning, and I'll turn it over to the audience very quickly. But I recall that Presley was off at the point where we asked the second question. It was just about to respond to it when there was a technical issue. I don't know if he's connected right now, and so that I can ask the question again and he can respond to it.
Okay, sorry. The question again talked about the trends. And I was trying to,
okay,
can you hear me?
So, pardon me, I think you've answered that. The second question is, how can big data research contribute to market communication?
Okay, yes, exactly. So I was trying to explain big data is very vital for marketing communication today. And organizations should, as a matter of necessity, try to develop their own data bank rather than just simply relying on data analytic firms and organizations and all of that. It's very important because from big data, we understand the characteristics, the demographics, the psychographics of the consumer. Like the last two speakers have actually pointed out, the consumer is key to building an integrated marketing communication package, because understanding the nuances of the consumers actually helps you to direct your message effectively so that you can achieve the desired marketing objectives. It's very, very important. So big data is up there. I really encourage brands, I encourage organizations, I encourage even individuals and institutions to begin to build this big database, right? It's there. And then people can easily leverage on that and connect to new markets. When you have this data, you can easily connect to new markets. So I think that we should encourage it. It's good. It helps. It provides all the needed information for us to create to identify the right medium, as well as to know when and how to deliver on the message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So you've shared with us data. So in the next few moments, we will be make comments. I'd appreciate if you just go to the reaction and indicate by Okay, please pardon me for that momentary disconnection. Apparently, the weather here is amazing, so the downpour is affecting the connection. Thank you very much. So please just go to the reaction and indicate by raising your hand. I'll ask you to unmute, and please within just a few seconds, and we'll appreciate if you want to ask a question, please don't give a context, just ask the question and also direct it to who you want to respond to the question so that we can be able to manage our time. And if you prefer to put it in the chat, also write your question and indicate who you're directing the question to so that I can read it aloud and let the panelist respond to it. So please, when I have the next few minutes, would you be kind enough to indicate by raising your hand or going to the chat? Okay, while we wait for that, while I wait for questions and responses, I think there is a comment here by Professor Juliet, and she said that, okay, she's sending a message from Nairobi, Kenya. Okay, she said, okay, yeah. And she said, today's marketing communication discussion is informative. Thank you so much for that feedback. We're glad that you can connect. So do we have questions, please? Can you type in the questions in the chat section or indicate by raising your hand, please? We want this session to be as interactive as possible. Okay, please, can I request that you don't share your screen yet? Please, I have Shegun okay, I believe. Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay. While we wait for questions, and please, we really would like to have some and responses, even if it's comments, while we wait for that, so that we can keep the program going. We'll take the next round of questions, but we will really would like to have questions and comments so that we can get your own views about this too. So I would like to go on to the next round of questioning. And the next question will go to Abimbola. And this time around, I'll ask that you please describe how integrated marketing communication promotes home care brands, such as that of your organization.
Okay, thank you. Permits me to put off my video at this point. I think the connection is really bad.
Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. For PZ Cousins, where I manage the home care category, for us, in terms of IMC, we use it to drive consistent brand messaging. So some of the brands that I manage are Morning Fresh and Keno. And you will see that in communicating across different channels, for example, in store, on social media, on TV, we talk about how effective these two particular brands are in tackling tough stains on either your dishes or on your outfit. So part of the things, like I did mention, is driving consistent brand messaging in order to have like a cohesive brand message across all points. Another thing is it also allows us for cross promotion. So I handle Morning Fresh and Keno, and there's sometimes that in order to drive sales or to drive more awareness for the respective brands, we do a bit of product bundling. So you might have a situation where you have a Morning Fresh sachet attached to a Keno product. So that is also part of the things that we do offline. So it's not just about online marketing, digital and all, but there's also a bit of offline strategies that we also adapt in order to be able to drive these businesses. Thirdly, I would say for target audience engagement. So consumer is king, and I think we've all listened to the respective speakers that have spoken as to why we must always drive value, with the different consumers that we're targeting. So for home care, we ensure that the strategies that we're driving are actually specific to each target audience that we're trying to reach. So, for example, we have cooking shows that we sponsor on TV, or programs that we sponsor on radio that actually targets maybe mothers, for example. If we're trying to talk up to mothers about a particular thing, we target mothers, programs that we know that mothers or females will listen to, because we know that females are homemakers. So majority of my target audience, for example, are females, because females are the ones that most times would do the cleaning in the home. Society has kind of made it so to say, but we do see that it's females that do most of the cleaning, most of the tough stains. They're the ones that get rid of most of the tough stains. So when we're advertising, we always focus majorly about 60% on women, ensuring that we're driving our messaging to the right target audience. I'd also say that lastly, I think Mr. Modu did speak to that earlier, as to the fact that we get our report card, instantly. So things like on social media, for example, we want to have an innovation, or we're trying to do a renovation on our existing products. We go to our social media handles, we have surveys that we do ask our audience to say, oh, what do you like about our particular brands that we have now, and what would you like to see? So case in point is we just recently launched in March a Morning Fresh limited edition, which is a purple color, targeted at women, telling women that we're celebrating them, for every drop of care that they've been given in society. Now, that innovation actually came about because we engaged with our core target audience. We asked them on our social media that, oh, we do have some other variants of Morning Fresh. What would you like to see added to the portfolio? And that's what gave birth to that particular launch that we did have. So I'll say that overall, we use IMC, that's Integrated Marketing Communications, in home care portfolio to ensure that we are maximizing our brand exposure, maximizing reach, driving frequency, so that we're communicating what our brand stands for, and there's no, misguide or miscommunication as to what each of the different brands, for example, Morning Fresh and what Kano stand for. And again, we also use it to reinforce our presence in the market. So Morning Fresh has been in existence for over 30 years. And as a brand that has been in existence for about 30 years, there's always that mindset that, oh, old brands really aren't doing well, or once you're old, you should just pack yourself to one side. However, we use this to actually keep reinforcing, keep rejuvenating our brand, because that's the only way that we can survive, as a business, and to also keep increasing awareness. So there'll always be new entrants, there'll always be competition, especially in a tough terrain like Nigeria. And so we use IMC to actually drive and ensure that we remain top of mind in the minds of our consumers, and we're able to deliver sales, because that's the reason why I'm employed. So apart from driving awareness, overall, we want to see that we're delivering profit as a business, we're driving sales, and we're making our shareholders happy. So thank you, Mr. Amodi, for that question. Hi, just to check that you heard me.
Yes, very well.
Thank you.
I guess we lost Mr. Model. The network must be quite terrible. Thank you very much, Abimbola, for that insightful contribution about how brand can be, how marketing communication goes beyond the digital, and also you've been able to use the different brand you manage to drive communication even outside of the digital media. Thank you very much. So I'm going to take the questions we have on the chat box, but I would like to give David preference. He's had his hand raised up for quite a while now. So David, kindly unmute yourself and ask your question and direct it to who you would like to answer the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Please, can you hear me?
Yes,
I want to
loud and
confirm
clear.
if you can hear me, please. Okay, all right. I'm David Ogundele from Backward University. Yeah, quick one. I'd like to ask questions first. The first one is, please permit me to, I really don't know, maybe Abiodun or somebody, to direct the question to. First, in terms of IMC, Integrated Marketing Communication, how what's the place of, is there a commonality of adoption of that, of IMC generally by by executives, owing to the fact that you practically cannot pinpoint the I'm talking in terms of finances now, in terms of putting it in the budget, considering the large budget that is needed to quote and unquote use IMC, integrated marketing communication. How do we convince executives to to use, or just permit to use, or to use marketing communication in our world today? Looking at having explained from different speakers the importance of the same, but there seem to be that let me say, is it lack of adoption, quote and unquote, in that light? That's one. And then the other is, I don't know who to direct this to now, but then the other one is, how do you manage waste, quote and unquote? Yeah, waste means in terms of reach, in terms of your target audience, having to see the same message from different platforms, rather than, so how do you manage that in terms of vis-a-vis the finances put into it? Now you have radio jingle, you have maybe social media, then the same target audience, the same set of audience, having to see the same message in different platforms. So on the side of the marketer now, also to say, or the company, that's a waste, quote and unquote. Please, I hope you understand this. I think that can be directed to, I think, the last speaker that responded before his network got bad. All right, so those are the two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So for your first question about integrating marketing communication, I think it would go to Abimbola, since she explained the idea of integrating marketing communication as a synergized marketing approach across all platforms, print and digital alike. And then your second question, you're directing it to Mr. Dr. Presley. I think, yes, he had the network issue. Also, we have Dr. Larry back with us. I saw him clocking a while ago. So please, Abimbola, I would like you to address Mr. David's question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please, can you repeat the question? Network is a bit glitchy here.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I said the first one is, how do you convince marketing, how do you convince organizational executive to adopt integrated marketing communication? And looking at the large budget that is needed, and then of course that you cannot, at the end of the business year, so to say, you cannot actually pinpoint to say that this is the result of the marketing communication, or vis-a-vis the budget, that okay, this is what we got based on that, in terms of the money spent please, I hope do you get what
Yeah,
I'm driving at, please?
yes, I do.
Okay, all right. So
get
how do you convince organizational executive in terms of adopting, integrated marketing communication? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for that question. It's a very interesting question because it's one of the realities of marketing communication. So you always have what you call brand plans that you develop on a yearly basis. A brand plan is like a roadmap as to what you want your brand to do for that year, how you're trying to, tackle your competition as well as reach your consumer. Now, in terms of convincing executive, most times is always, sometimes in some organizations is a tall order, especially in organizations that don't believe in marketing that more or less drive sales. However, you see that most multinationals, for example, which is where my company operates, they believe in marketing, and because marketing is not just driving sales for today, it's also driving sales and consumer retention for tomorrow. Because even if you say you're selling to particular people today, and then you don't have the same consumers, or you don't have new people coming into your funnel, there's no how you're going to have a business of tomorrow. One of the key things to actually do check when you want to ask your executives for more money or for even money to spend is, one, you need to do competitive analysis, and that comes into your brand plan. So you need to check what's your competition doing. There's a tool in marketing called share of voice and share of expenditure that actually shows you what your competition has spent for each year. It can go as far back as 5 years, what they spend for each year, and the channels that they are playing in. So for example, let's say you are spending a 2 naira on your marketing, and they're feeling that, oh, you're spending the whole money in the world. You actually have the opportunity of seeing what your competition in that same category that you are operating in, what they are spending. And you might be surprised that they're spending as much as 20 naira. And then you now equate that to what you're getting in terms of your NNS. So NNS is your net sales, your volume share. Is what you're spending, is it equating to what you're getting on those key KPIs? Because and I think you did speak to it as to there were no KPIs for marketing. I would like to bust your bubble. Let me speak the Gen Z language. But there are key KPIs in marketing. Before, there weren't really any KPIs because marketing was seen, to be like the fine girl or the fine boy in the room, with no KPIs. However, there's something that has been introduced called performance marketing. And in performance marketing, there are key KPIs, there are key metrics that have to be, ticked off the box. So which brings me back to the what I was explaining earlier as your brand plan. So when you're developing your brand plan, you do have to put your KPIs. So what do you want to achieve at the end of that year? If it's a short-term goal, if it's a long-term goal, if it's a mid-term goal, what do you want to achieve? So key performance indicators, for example, that you would include is your volume share. So at the end of the day, for example, if you're currently maybe at a 50% market share and you want to grow to a 54% market share, that is a performance indicator. And so you would have to put in all strategies, both online, both offline, which is why I was explaining earlier that integrated marketing strategies is not just digital, it also has to do with offline. So TV, your radio, your sponsorship engagements, your consumer engagement activities, your experiential activities, your PR that would need to support whatever you're driving, because those are the anchors for which you'll be able to achieve the KPIs that have been set. So KPIs, for example, your volume share of what you want to achieve, your net sales of what you want to achieve. And then also in marketing also has some key KPIs that we also track. So for example, top of mind awareness, where do you want to be in terms of your awareness level? In terms of your consideration level, where do you want to be? Your retention level, and even the loyalty level, where do you want to be? So those are key, amongst others, those are key KPIs that we track in marketing. So I don't know if I was able to answer your question.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, so Mr. Larry, you take it up from here. Mr. David's second question is yet to be answered. It is directed to Presley, and it is on how organizations manage the waste as the different marketing communication that is put out.
Thank you very much, Grace, for filling in so perfectly. So, Presley, please, can you respond to that question?
Basically, asking about how organizations manage the way or the various advertisements that come in. We have to be clear on something first. Organizations do not just wake up and begin to throw in advertisements into the media space because they want to spend money. Every single advertisement comes up as a result of a marketing objective that needs to be met. And once, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go on.
Yes, we can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes, yes.
Please go on.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Please go on, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go on, sir.
Larry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Please
good.
go on.
So, I said that every objective every advertisement is intended. Every marketing objective. When organizations put advertisement out there, the marketing are well up and they coordinate on things. And again, let's not forget what this advertisement paid for. And sometimes the period they pay for them are not allowed. So what it means is that some advertisement will run a normal cost until the payment elapses. So it's not as if they don't know what they're doing, they know what they're doing, it's all integrated.
I think we lost him again.
Okay, I think we lost him. I think we lost him. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for...
Can you...
Yes, Mr. Dipo, I can hear you.
Okay, I said I'd just like to quickly pitch in on...
Please go right ahead.
Kind of memory, and then we hope that with the hope
I think it's back.
that the audience,
looks like Presley is still speaking.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, Presley, please go on.
Hello, Presley, are you still there?
I think there is a network glitch now.
Yes, I think we lost him again. Dipo, please go on.
All right. So yes, so I just wanted to quickly pitch in on David's question about waste, because it can be puzzling that a certain volume of investment is made into marketing communications, and only a portion of it might seem to convert. Well, it's the same that applies in almost every area of life. I mean, even at birth, there's a ratio of what is invested compared to what eventually becomes, life, so to speak. But in marketing specifically, there's what we call the conversion funnel. And essentially how this happens is that, consumers are placed on a path, right? On a path. It's almost like a conversion path, to say that between the time when this person first hears about my messaging and when they make a final decision, there are certain things that need to happen. And everyone doesn't respond, at first. you have those who are early adopters, you know, or the innovators who will, even before it becomes a trend, they're already part of it. You have those who are early adopters who will, well, once the signal is there, they pick it up. But you also have your mainstream who in many cases, like up to 70%, who will, once it's there, they will do it. And then your late adopter. So this, you know, conversion funnel is sort of what might be considered to be waste from your perspective. But it is that people usually go on a journey. They go on a path of considering, you know, what they want to use, which brand they are aligned with. If you have someone who is loyal to a brand and then a competing brand wants to take a share of that loyalty, there's a certain investment that has to be made, and it's not going to happen overnight. So typically it moves across 4 quick stages. There's the awareness, which is that, oh, now you know about it. And here you're moving from almost like 0 to 1, because previously you had no notion of it, but awareness is what gets you to the point of, okay, this thing is interesting. I'll crack a very quick joke. There's some commercial that's running on YouTube. Are you a STEM professional looking to migrate to the US? I don't know how many people have seen that ad. Like it's almost in my subconscious right now. You know, they've played it so much that I know it's up to 5 seconds, which is where I skip. But I guess those guys have a certain budget that they've dedicated because they want to win a certain segment of the market. Is it waste? It may be considered to be, but when at the end of the day, they do their audit and see that if we got maybe 1% of those who were exposed to this commercial, it might make up significantly, you know, in commercial terms. Then there's consideration, there's preference, and then there is interest, and then purchase. So it usually goes through this phase. And but then can it be smarter? Definitely. And this is where data comes in terms of profiling, understanding habits, patterns, and so on and so forth. So I hope that helps to contribute to your thoughts on this subject.
Yeah, yes, it did. It did. Thanks a lot. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dipo, for that great job. So we will quickly move on right now. I am also conscious of time because of the other programs that we have. So what we'll be doing right now is that in this round, it will just be one question that will be tied up to the concluding thoughts of the panelists because of time. So I'll ask just one question and ask you to please tie it up to your concluding thoughts so that we can begin to round up the session because we are behind schedule right now. I would like to start with Tayo this time around. And the question I'll ask is, what's your consideration of social media managing for brands? What's your consideration of social media managing or management for brands? And please, as you give us your view on that, you also conclude your thoughts for the panel session. Please go on.
Well, I think social media management for brand. I think everyone has to be there now. Brands have to be there on social media. That's clear. And as someone says, you get your report card almost immediately. Social media can be very unforgiving. So obviously, I think when there's a necessity to be there, even if you run that risk of paying the price of getting immediate feedback or being misunderstood. So, but I think it's when you have a well thought through IMC, so just that you think through that. I mean, we talked about the importance of being authentic, the importance of stories, irrespective of the media. The story is the story, and best story wins. So I think it's just to aim to push for that consistency always, even though social media has its own disadvantage. But I think if people notice that you're consistent, and a brand, as I say, is one that keeps its promises. So if you're always keeping your promises and you're consistent about that, I don't think you'll have anything to worry about. So, but in managing it, I think it's just to aim to push for excellence in being authentic, in telling your story, in keeping your audience in mind. And I think that for me will wrap up my thoughts for today.
Thank you very much, Tayo. Thank you for that response. Please, if there will be any question based on this concluding session we're having, would rather you please type it in the chat so that we can pick them up and save time so that we don't have a live questioning section because of time. So thank you very much, Haya, for that. I will be moving on now to Abiodun. And the question is this. Is there a link between marketing leadership and sustainable development goals? That's the SDGs. Please, as you're giving your response to this question, you can also wrap up your thoughts.
Thank you, Larry. Absolutely. There's a link between market leadership and the SDGs. You know, the world is changing and is becoming a global village every day. There's this consciousness of sustainability, not just a mega trend now, but a culture, a way of life, where we're thinking about how responsible are our activities to our people, to our economy, and to our planet. And this is also reflected in our advertising messages. When we put our products out there, what do we tell them? How does the product contribute to the sustenance of our planet, to the longevity of our people? So in most cases, what responsible and sustainable advertisers do is when they're advertising their products, they practice what we call responsible marketing and labeling. So, for example, where I work in Dangote, we are structuring our messages in our cement bags to include messages like not just SON and ISO certified and all of that, but including messages like less carbon cement, because we've adopted measures like alternative fuel to reduce our carbon emissions. So in our messaging, we are including less carbon. We are talking about responsibly sourced raw materials. How do this contribute to the SDGs? We're looking at sustainable cities and sustainable communities. We're looking at responsible consumption and production. So in our messaging, we tend to include aspects of the SDGs that directly affect our products and directly affect our target audience. We have a new set of millennials who are very competent of what is going on in our world. And when they are making choices of products to buy, they look at this messaging, and based on the messaging, they choose. It's a kind of differentiation, and that differentiation brings about market leadership of the product. And again, we're looking at investors. Before investors make decisions on which companies to invest in, they look at also their ESG practice. And this ESG practice, most times when they're advertising their product, is reflected in it. It's reflected in the packaging. It's reflected in the messaging they put out there. So when we choose to put out messages like no poverty, responsible consumption, gender balance, gender parity, and all of that, we attract people that are conscious of this, and this makes us different. It differentiates us from other people. So my final word would be that responsible marketing is the thing, sustainable marketing is the thing, and it has come to stay. Whether we like it or not, we must choose to be sustainable in our practices, because we have no other place we are going. This planet, this earth, we have only one earth, we have only one planet, and this is what the message of the SDGs covers: people, planet, and profit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well said, Abiodun. Thank you so much. I'll be going to Abimbola now for the final thought on this. And the question is going to be, can you connect the dots between celebrities, influencers, and marketing communication? And along with that, please give us your wrap-up thoughts.
All right, thank you for that. So I would say that celebrities and influencers have become an integral part of brand strategy, especially knowing the fact that our audience have evolved. And I think the last speaker did allude to that. We have millennials, we have Gen Zs, and then the new guys, the Gen Alphas, that are evolving. And then in terms of doing things, you can't keep doing business or having the same strategies as you used to have like 10 years ago. Now, this celebrities or influencers, they have what we call the star power and the appeal to a large audience. So celebrities are those ones that have the mass appeal. the influencers are those that have like the niche appeal. They have like a targeted set of people that listen to them. So, but nowadays you do see that there's actually a very thin line between celebrities and influencers. So just case in point, who would have thought that maybe a Kanayo, for example, would be acting skits, because we used to see him on screen and he's known to be, you know, a celebrity. But now you see that even influencers are coming on TV, they are doing stuff, and even the celebrities are now also engaging in content creation. Because, and I think the head of Verdant Zeal, sorry, permit me, I didn't get the name, but he did speak to in terms of storytelling. So everybody's now about storytelling and content creation, because the consumer still remains king or still remains queen. So in telling these stories, celebrities and influencers, the line has become very blurred, because most of them are doing the same thing. Now, I would say that in marketing comms, it's quite important that these individuals are considered, especially because of the target audience. The target audience have evolved, and these are people that, you know, they look forward and look up to, you know, in terms of the aspirational lifestyle. So I see a lot of people, because maybe Beyonce dyes her hair red, you know, they want to dye their hair red. You see Kiki, you know, that has just bought a particular shoe, they also want to buy that particular shoe. Now, in terms of now fitting that into brand communication, you know, whether you're operating in an FMCG or you're a bank, you see that a lot of brands have now started integrating celebrities and influencers into their plan. In fact, most times when you are attending a pitch process and, you know, agencies or people are presenting to you and there's no influencer marketing plan, it's like, oh, guys, please, you need to go back and integrate an influencer marketing plan, because that is an integral part of the overall digital marketing plan based on, you know, the reality of where we find ourselves now. However, there's one thing that we do as a business and also as an individual, is the fact that for celebrities and influencers, it is very important that brands choose celebrities that resonate with their core target audience, one. Two, they also look for celebrities and influencers that exude the kind of brand values that they want to portray. Because many a times you do see that, so based on the fact that some brands want to drive reach or they want to drive engagement, you know, they just choose any and every influencer. And then when things get controversial, you know, the brand wants to pull themselves away from it. However, if from the grassroots or from the briefing, you had actually done your assignment to actually look for influencers or celebrities, you know, that exude what your brand values are, most of the time you see that this will be interwoven and there'll be seamlessness in the way, you know, the brand communicates, even using these influencers. Now, I'm not saying that there won't be situations where there will be controversies or controversial things from those influencers. However, the brand is able to, you know, find a way around it when, you know, you don't just go for somebody that is, you know, controversial from the get-go. In wrapping up, I'll say that overall, IMC, you know, helps us to build better brand identities for our brands. They help us in driving engagement with our target audience, building that emotional connection, because you do realize that a lot of people communicate about functionality, or everybody's talking about detergents and saying, oh, removes tough stains and removes, you know, makes your fabric smell nice or anything. But that emotional connection, and which is where storytelling, you know, comes in, is where integrated marketing is very fundamental in reaching your target audience. Again, it builds trust and credibility. So when they know that is, you know, actually from the trade point of view, when they know a brand is communicating, there's this trust that even your retailers, your wholesalers, your distributors have around this brand. They're like, oh, that brand is on air. And because they're on air, because they're communicating on air, it means that they have passed through all the regulatory, you know, approvals, and their product is of quality. So it also helps in driving, you know, trust and credibility that, oh, the product that is coming from this particular brand or this particular company is one of quality and one of value. I'll say lastly that it helps in differentiating yourself from competition. So how else would Mr. Amodu know me from, I'm looking at Adeyemi Sholabumi's name now on my screen. How will you know me from her if I'm not communicating? So that's one of the key things that integrated marketing communication also does. It differentiates you from your competition. It tells your consumer who you are, the differences, what you stand for, the kind of values that you give from a competition that is offering the same thing that you're offering. So thank you, everyone.
So very much. Thank you so very much. Thank you. In a very quick moment, Presley will be responding, and please, we'll make this very quick. And you had your final thoughts on this too. How can marketing communication promote online trust? How can marketing communication promote online trust? In just a brief moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Larry, for bringing me. Talking about marketing communication and online, it's almost the same way that we do marketing communication within other areas. And specifically, when we come to the online space, we know that we're dealing with an audience that is completely anonymous. So therefore, we need to be more engaging. We need to be very, very engaging. I need to say this, that there is a very huge gap between consumer awareness and how they actually behave in real time. And so when you engage with them online, you also know the difference, the gap between the level of awareness you throw out there and how they actually behave. And then to wrap up my entire thoughts, I want to state that marketing communication should be a collaboration between or amongst all the stakeholders. It's very important to talk about stakeholders' engagement and partnership. Like the last speaker said, Abimbola, the issue of telling story. The brand is a story. The brand is a story. And the more the brand resonates, the more compelling that story is. So every brand is a complete story. It's a complete story. So what we do with marketing communication every now and then is to add some new twist and narrative to the story to make it more engaging, more compelling for our consumers and our audience to align with. And so for the future of sustainable marketing communication, I will want to say, in addition to what others have said, that we must not sidetrack the issue of indigenous knowledge and because they will hurt. We need to bring policies and strategies back. Yes, we quite appreciate the nuances of the Gen Z and the Gen Alphas and all of that, but let's not forget the indigenous roots, deploying indigenous tell compelling stories. Thank you very much, Larry.
Thank you very much, Presley, for those final thoughts. I'd like to conclude now with Deepo. The question we have for you now is, how can integrated marketing communication be linked? Okay, pardon me, let me switch that. What are the pitfalls of an organization? What are the pitfalls if an organization fails to engage in sustainable marketing communication? Please, can you give us your thoughts on that and then give us a wrap-up thought?
Okay, thank you very much, Larry. And, just to piggyback on a number of things that have been mentioned consistently today, is that, or are that, every brand has an authentic story to tell about itself, even if they're in the same category with others, even if their origins might be the same, even if their assumed target audiences might be the same, there are very innate things about each brand that differentiate themselves from others, just like human beings as well. So the pitfalls of not getting engaged in or not having sustainable marketing communications, that number one, there's going to be a very clear facade or false presentation of that brand, an assumed pretension that this brand is trying to be what it is not. I gave an example earlier, and I'll bring it back again. Recently, there have been videos of mothers doing reviews of the ingredients in baby food to say, you know, this is what this particular brand has, you know, and this is what we're feeding our children with. Now, those things are incidental, but what happens if you have a brand that is very strong, that is responsive, that understands that, okay, we can't just wish this thing away, we need to talk about it. If brands engage in those kind of conversations, as against just being snobbish and push and pushing those things aside, they will gain more brand power. But when brands assume that, don't worry, it's just a wave that will pass, then it starts to smolder, and it probably shows up, you know, in another wave or in another way or form later. Brands need to be more authentic, right? We've gone past the times where, you know, whatever you give people is what they will take. In this particular time, people will shred a brand apart. They will talk about it. They will give an opinion, even if that opinion is not fact-based, even if it is colored or biased, they will still give it. There are very many strong media platforms that will back conspiracies and facts, whatever the case may be. So brands also need to understand that being sustainable means that you have a consistent pipeline of good storytelling through the age of that brand. That whether we're dealing with millennials or Gen Xers or alphas or whatever, that brand will continue to reinvent itself within those different categories, and that you cannot afford to silence anyone. So transparency has to be part of that mix. The pitfall is that if a brand chooses to cut, you know, its consumers off by not dealing with things that are important to it, they will have to deal with the backlash. They'll probably have to deal with potential losses. But what is even more important over the long term is that they start to lose relevance and equity, meaning that you don't necessarily die in an instant, but over time, they're just circumvented. So other alternatives show up that have more meaning. Other brands that tell more stories, that connect people with them, start to spring up. And even though the brand has done nothing wrong, you just have new spin-offs that have created new neural pathways that have more meaning. And, you know, essentially that's what happens. So my concluding thoughts will be that in sustainable marketing communications, the stories need to be as authentic as possible, even if those truths are difficult truths to tell. We've seen of you know, personal care brands that have talked about colorism, that have talked about ageism, that not everybody's of a particular body type. Not all ladies are slim, not all guys are muscular. You have people who have funny body type, and they're willing to talk about these things. And those things have a way of extending the brand, making them more human, making them more relatable, right? Those are the things that count in this time and this season of sustainable marketing communications, because it means that even further down the line, that brand will always be relevant because it was bold enough to, you know, explore a truth about its target audience or about itself that others were perhaps unwilling to talk about. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dipo. At this point, I'd like to deeply appreciate Presley, Abimbola, Abiodun, Tayo, and Dipo for giving such a very stimulating session. I want to thank all our participants for being part of this session, part of this conversation. I want to thank the organizers for allowing us the extra time so that we can have a very robust conversation. I'm very sure that a lot of people have gotten a lot of inspiration and they've been inspired and enlightened by this conversation. So thank you very much. So Grace, over to you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Thank you. And thanks to all our panelists. I really have a whole lot of takeaways from this panel discussion, and I like the authenticity in the communications we've shared today, in the knowledge sharing we've had. It was really, really insightful. Thank you once again, every single one of you. Okay, so we'll continue with the panel, the paper presentations. But just before that, would like to have our group photograph. So I would ask that we all put on our cameras briefly for about a minute and, wear a smile while we take our group photograph. Thank you. See the beautiful faces we've been missing all day. Oh. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Some persons are yet to turn on their cameras. Okay, so just smile. You're taking a screenshot now. Thank you. Don't stop. We have about 3 pages to do that, for 3 to 5 pages. So please, let's put on our cameras. Let's put on our cameras. NDIC, Bola Tito, Hamid, Ademola, Afoma, Carl, Okeshegun, Oludolapo, Prince Moses, Akachi, Temitayo. Please put on your cameras, put on your cameras. You have beautiful faces. You shouldn't be hiding them. Keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming. Praise Moses, Temitayo, Nkem, Andrea, Okechukwu, Ademola. Okay. We're not done. We're not done. Just hang in there.
Sorry, it's not Andrea, actually.
Oh, Andrea. Thanks for the
It's not
comment.
Andrea, it's me. Like Andrea registered with it too. Dr. Bona.
Oh, okay. Okay. Ken. All right. John, Grace Adeyemo. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. I have enough pictures. Okay, so we'll continue. Thank you once again, everyone, for your time and consistency since morning when we commenced this colloquium. At this point, we'll have some 5 minutes break to, stretch our bodies, our feet, and our hands. I mean, we've been seated for quite a while listening to our interesting and engaging panelists. And we'll be put in different breakout rooms right now for the different paper presentation. We've already been assigned except for presenters. So for presenters, you can go into your particular room. The rooms are named after the papers or the topics that we will be discussing in the room. So for session 1, we'll be talking sustainable marketing communication and advertising in Nigeria. And for that session will be chaired by our very own Priestley of the University of Calabar. And will also be co-chaired by Darlington of the Covenant University, Dr. Priestley and Dr. Darlington of University of Calabar and Covenant University, respectively. Session 2 will be on sustainable marketing communication and brand management in Nigeria, and it will be shared by Dr. Ngozi of the Pan-Atlantic University and Dr. Useni of Newcastle, United Kingdom. The third session will be having conversations around sustainable marketing communication and public relations in Nigeria. And this session will be chaired by one that we already know by now, Dr. Larry Amado of the Covenant University, and will be co-chaired by Dr. Mofoluke Akoja of Babcock University. Please forgive me if I did not get that correction, the pronunciation correctly. Lastly, but of course not the least, the fourth session will be on sustainable marketing communication and marketing in Nigeria, and it will be chaired by Dr. Christian of the Igbinedion University and Dr. Anne Odo of the Pan-Atlantic University. So let's endeavor to have an engaging session in our various rooms. I would also ask that we do the same practice of taking a group photograph in our various rooms. And please, for those of us that joined a bit late, I mentioned in the beginning some of the protocols of this colloquium is that we would like to be properly identified, and that includes being properly labeled on the Zoom platform. So if your name is not would like to have a full name at least, and then hyphen your institution or organization. So you can do well to rename your device by clicking on the three dots on the right upper right corner of your icon or your name icon on the app or on your desktop, as the case may be, and then choose the rename option. And please rename your name hyphen your institution or organization. For instance, I am Grace Kenneth from the School of Media and Communication, Pan Atlantic University. Thank you very much, everyone. So presenters, you can now locate your rooms and proceed with the paper presentations.
Hello. Hello.
Go ahead.
Sorry, am I in the right room?
You're not yet in a room.
Okay, okay. So is myself
What
and then
session?
come back.
Because you're not properly labeled. You still bear the name of your device, Techno Pop Out. So we may not be able to properly identify you.
Actually, I'm standing for my co-author at Tawaji from University. University.
I'm sorry, can you take that again, please?
I said I'm standing in for my co-author at Tawaji, Ruben Thomas from Topfit University.
Okay.
Yes. I'm standing in for him. My name is Emmanuel Omula. So I want to do the presentation on behalf of the group.
Okay. So please, can you just guide me? I would like to know the session he is to take.
I think it's the third session.
Okay, that's the one on marketing, communication, and public relations in Nigeria.
Yes, I think it's the third session. And the topic is online marketing and advertising in Nigeria, issues and challenges.
Online survey of traditional.
No, online marketing and advertising in Nigeria, issues and challenges.
It is the fourth session.
Fourth, okay.
The fourth session, yes.
All right, all right.
Marketing in Nigeria.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
But I'm not seeing the rooms.
You'll be assigned now, don't worry.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other person with challenges or may need some clarifications?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, ma'am.
Hello.
I can hear you, ma'am.
I'm in session 3. I'm in session 3. I'm yet to join the session. So can I be sent an invitation to join?
Yes, you'll be assigned briefly. You'll be assigned briefly.
Because what I'm seeing on my screen is session 1. I'm not in session 1.
Oh,
I'm in session 3.
No.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You'll be assigned shortly. You'll be assigned shortly.
Hello. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello. Good morning.
Yeah, it's Nkem speaking from Covenant University. I think I fall. Yes, nice meeting you. I think I fall under the is it the second or the third session? The one that has to
What's
do
your
with
topic?
brand. The
Okay,
one that has,
brand management in Nigeria is the second session.
okay, yes. Then I also wanted to ask, can I do more than a session?
Well, the sessions are all happening
At
at
the
the same
same
time.
time.
So
Okay.
except you want to, moving from one room to the other will not be as possible. But if you
Yes.
if you can find your way around the tools of the Zoom app, yes, you can. Why not?
Okay. So let me because I was actually looking at the one for brand management and PR. That's second and third sessions. So
Okay.
yes. So maybe I should just start with the third session, the one with the PR.
Okay. That's noted. You'll be assigned shortly.
I'm still waiting, please.
Hello? Do we have... Sorry, you're breaking up. I really cannot hear you. Your voice are muffled. I cannot hear you, sir. So, Mr. Stanley, you'll still be assigned. I mean, group 3. He's presenting the 4. Online marketing.
Okay, you know.
I did not know.
Please, I need to be assigned into session 3. Hello?
Hello, Miss
Hello,
Joyce.
Ma'am Joyce.
You're supposed to be in room 2, right?
No, 3.
3. Okay, that is noted. We move you there right away. Joyce.
Yes.
Please, I'm also waiting too. I'm meant to be in room 3.
Yeah, we've heard that. We will do that. We will move you to room 2.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Joyce. This is why. Okay, Joyce. Room 3. That's okay. See you there. Anybody else, please? Please, if you are yet to be assigned into a room.
Session
So,
3,
Mr. Stanley identified as Technopop 5.
Please, can you rename him? Rename him as Stanley so that we can be easy to manage. Rename him. If you navigate between the 3 buttons beside, you can say rename. Click on that the 3 dots so you can rename yourself. If you can just rename him as Stanley. Stanislas. Oh, Mr. Stanislas. Hello. Is that you on Techno PO 5? Mr. Stanislas. Okay, you're muted. You're muted. Please unmute yourself. Good to see him. Where did you place him? You placed him somewhere. Is that where you?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, Mr. Stanislas. Nice to see you. This is
not Stanislas. The name is Emmanuel. Sorry.
Huh? Your name is Emmanuel. Okay, so where do you belong, Mr. Emmanuel?
Yes, Emmanuel Omula.
Okay, you are going to room 4.
Session 4.
Please, let's rename you so that it can be easy to manage.
Yes, I'm standing in for. Okay.
Emmanuel what?
Omula.
Emmanuel what?
Omula. Omula.
Okay, yeah, we've changed. Yeah. So we can move you to room 4 now, Mr. Emmanuel.
All right, sir. All right,
please
sir.
move it to room 4. You can see me move it to.
Please confirm if I should be in breakout room 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Ann is in room 4 actually.
Yes, yeah, in room 4.
So am I in?
Just a moment.
Hello.
Wait just a moment, Mr. Emmanuel.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Room 4. Room 4, right?
Yes, room 4.
He's in the room. What room is this? Grace. Look at that, Mr. Emmanuel. Look at Mr. Emmanuel. Where is he? Okay, let's put him in waiting room. So, this why is he not moving to rooms? Yes, assign room to room 4. But this Dr. Christian should be where? Check, he's a panelist somewhere. Is he in room 4 or are we in room 4? Christian and Dr. should be in room 4. Something is wrong. And they are here. I can see him here. Maybe he has 2 devices. Where is he? In room 4. And there's another Christian, Chinedu Udumi. Let's sort this so that you can. Please help us. Talk to that lady then. So I can pick it up later.
Hello.
Hello, ma.
Hello. Yes, please. I'm still waiting. Gentle reminder in Kemosere from Covenant University, room 3.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
I'm supposed to be in another room, so they don't hear us. Hello?
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is Dr. Christian.
You are supposed to be in room 4.
In room 4, yeah, I'm the chairman.
Okay.
I'm chairing that session.
All right, please.
Yes. Hello?
Okay, just a moment, Mr. Christian, Dr. Christian.
Okay, yeah, and then something else. There is Queen. Queen is supposed to be in room 2, and she has not been moved to room 2.
Okay, we do that. We are addressing it.
Queen, yes, Queen of Benelam.
Dr. Christian first because the Christian panel lead.
Okay, now. I will continue then.
Hello, ma. Yes, sir.
Yes, have you done it? Hello? No, I'm chairing a meeting.
Okay, we'll locate her and see where she is, and so I can bring it. So we will locate her so that we can bring the room. So we are trying to still sort that. So we will locate her. We are addressing it.
Hello?
I said we will address it. We will locate her where she is and put them in the right room.
Oh, okay. What of me?
Yeah. Dr. Christian, you're supposed to be in room 4, right? Move on. Oh, Dr. Brown. Yes, there's a waiting room.
Can I be taken to my room? I was taken to the wrong room. My name is Marita, please.
Hello, doctor. Yeah, good afternoon. He's in the waiting room. We will move him here. We can see him here.
Hi, Tolu. Good afternoon. Marita is here.
Yeah, he said we will put him here, please.
Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, Christian, Christian, please put him in room 4. Room 4. Okay, put him in room 2. Where is he? Is she presenting Haskell so that we can know where she is? Can you move her to room 3, please? What's going on? Why can't you?
Nkemo Sarah is here.
Dr. Agnes, where are you, please? What room are you?
Marita is waiting.
What room are you?
Thank you.
Nkemo Sarah, room 3.
I'm still waiting, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Who else are we addressing, please? Can you just hello?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Marita. Hello, can you hear me?
So look, I'm supposed to be in the same room as Dr. Odo, where an Odo is co-moderator. I'm Mrs. Sawago. I'm still in the common room. You directed me to Dr. Bara's session, and I had to exit. I'm still waiting.
Mrs. Sawago, good afternoon, ma. This is Marita. This sister. How are you, ma?
Fine, thank you. So you moved me to, I think it's room 3. I'm trying, but Dr. Odo is the co-moderator. Or Demena and Dr. Odo.
Yeah, that should be group 4.
Yeah.
All right, look for Dr. Sawago.
Okay, I've gotten the invitation. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, look for NDIC. NDIC, where are you, Marita? What group? What room are you?
The PR group.
Room 3. Okay. Look for that. Okay, move out to room 3. That's Marita. Marita. Okay. Yes. Okay, speak to this. On a sign consideration.
Mr. Emeka Williams, please, where are you supposed to be?
Kelechi Uduago, what room are you supposed to be?
Hello?
Yes, please talk to us, please. What room are you supposed to be? Where are you?
Okay, sorry, I've been having issues. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Sorry,
afternoon.
I'm so sorry. I've been having issues with my Zoom link,
Okay.
and I'm supposed to be in the I'm supposed to be in the Sustainable Marketing, Communication, and Public Relations in Nigeria room. Is that where I am?
3. Okay, move on to 3.
Room session 3, yes, please.
Session 3, please. Move on to 3. Okay, I can see
Dr.
Evans somewhere. Okay, Dr. Evans, please. Look for Dr. Evans. Where are you? Where are you supposed to be? Dr. Evans.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Evans.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Please, what session are you supposed to be? We can see you are out here. You should be in the room.
Let me check. This is session 2.
Okay, you're supposed to be to move Evans, Olani Evans to 2. You're moving to 2. Okay, Johnson Akintayo, please talk to us, please. Mr. Johnson Akintayo. Hello.
Hello. Where are you supposed to be, please?
Hello.
Grace Adeyemo, where are you supposed
morning.
to be? Techno Spark 7K, where are you supposed to be? Good morning.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it will share the screen or what? Everybody has
Hello, kindly confirm your supposed session so we can move you accordingly. Bola Tito, Johnson, Emeka, Techno Spark, and Grace.
Okay, Bola, please, can you take where you are, where you want to?
Bola Tito is muted.
Just look for that microphone right now, or mute your session or type.
Grace Adeyemo, what about you? It's Sumu. Emeka Williams, what about you?
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Talk to us, please.
Okay, my name is Bola, but I don't know what group I'm supposed to be in. I wasn't assigned to any group.
Okay, are you in? Do you want to pick any on?
Okay, I would have loved to, but I'm not seeing the topic for each group. So I don't know. I just don't want to join anyone.
Okay, group 1 is sustainable marketing, communication, and advertising. Group 2 is sustainable marketing, communication, and PR. 3 is sustainable.
Okay, sorry, I can't really hear you well. Can you
Group
please
1
drop it on the
is
comment section?
sustainable
Comment
marketing.
section, sorry. Okay, you said?
Group 1 is sustainable marketing and advertising.
Okay.
2 is sustainable marketing, communication, and brand management. 3 is sustainable marketing, communication, and PR, public relations. Why 4 is sustainable marketing, communication, and marketing in Nigeria. Where do you want to be, please?
Okay, I think I'll just do group 2.
Please put in group 2. Well, let's do it. Who the rest of them are? Akim, Abdullah Akim Ogundipe, please talk to us, please. Where are these people? Put everybody around. Right. I'm saying 4 people here. Okay, go and look for Bola and see where she is. She should be in the room. Mr. Emeka. Hello, Mr. Emeka. Hello, Mr. Emeka. He went to a room where he did not.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Join. Check the. Say you should join the room. You're already waiting in that room. Join the room. You are here to
Which
join.
room?
You are
Which
in
room is
4.
that, please?
You are in room 4. Okay, we will move you to room 4 again. Room. Where do you belong? Okay, she has joined. Hello,
Okay,
Mr.
room
Emeka.
4.
Okay, please join
Room
that room.
4.
Click join. You should see
Okay,
something like
okay,
join.
okay.
Have you seen it? Join. Once you join, you'll be able to assess what is going on there. He has joined. I think it's already done. Let's put them in. Abdulhakeem Ogundigbe, please. Mr. Abdulhakeem, please talk to us, please. Mr. Abdulhakeem. He's not joining the room. He's not joining. Sure, you understand? Mr. Abdulhakeem. The people are doing fine.
is not eco-friendly. It's not eco-friendly. What would you advise such agency to do?
My brother, I, I, I think the question is a bit tricky because, first of all, maybe we may be more specific by identifying a product. Because why I'm saying so is that I wanted to respond that I think there will be, my response will be something very related to how I responded to David's question about presenting statistics.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Can I just add a comment on that question?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Akachi.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Gochuku, for your presentation. Now, let me add that sustainability has become a global issue. And most of the global companies are also throwing down on
AI generate the advert and put it on billboards. And immediately there was an outcry because most of the details were wrong. So what people did, they went online and they wanted to tell them this is wrong, because in Nairobi, if you put an advert somewhere, people recognize the streets and all that. Have you had such problems or such challenges in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Evans. Do you have any response to that comment?
Yes, so Prof, thank you. Thank you for the question. Now, yes, we know that chatbots and all of that in terms of marketing, they can improve personalization.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. And thank you, Dr. Akoja, for helping us to manage the time. So now that we have taken the first two presentations, we'll take the next few minutes to interrogate or engage with the paper. And I'll ask Aisha to please turn on your camera so that we can see.
Already pointed out 4 areas. You talked about programmatic advertising. Can you just take us to that slide where you mentioned programmatic advertising and a number of that generating content? Can you hear me, Dr. Evans?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yes, you mentioned 4 points. Now, my question is that these 4 areas, are there ethical considerations? For example, programmatic advertising. What are the ethical considerations addressing programmatic advertising? What can we do to address this? In content generation, what can we do to address this? So can you shed more light on this area particularly? Because these are areas of AI, and we want to know what are the ethical considerations in using these particular areas. And more importantly, tell us more about these particular areas.
Okay, Prof. Thank you. Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to raise my hand, virtual hand, but I can't. I don't seem to see that icon. So I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. Molaya, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Thank you, the presenter. That was a brilliant one. My question is this: for integrated marketing to be sustainable, we have heard this morning or today during the earlier session that the audience must be rightly targeted. I want to find out from you, I don't know if your paper is addressing this. Can this be achieved? That is, rightly targeting the audience. Can it be achieved if AI technologies are used in marketing, integrated marketing? Then I noticed that I didn't get your presentation on your methodology, but I can see that your topic covers Nigeria. Trying to see if you can scroll to the topic. Anyway, I want to find out if that is not too broad. Are you going to narrow down to a particular part of Nigeria or something? My question is. Thank you.
Are able to identify a video content that is basically trying to market them, and they're able to flip, they're able to leave it out and continue with what they are going for. So what would then make that audience want to hold on for a minute or two to consume the content of a message, for me, would be the expertise of the influencer vis-a-vis the subjects that he is talking about, the messaging is about. Next to that, like I said earlier, will be his followership base. Now, on a lighter note on the second presentation, which is going by the saying that she started off with, that videos and images is 1,000 messaging, that's 1,000 messaging. On a lighter note to that, I was expecting to see a presentation slide that reflects the subject matter of presentation, where some imaging and imageries will be used to accompany the presentation. But I really didn't get to see much of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Cornelius. Thank you so much for that comment. So please, the presenters, I hope you just take note of all the comments, and then when we harvest them, you would respond to all of them at once. Thank you very much, Cornelius. Please, do we have any other person? And even if you're a presenter, please feel free to comment on someone else's presentation, because all of these things are meant to improve the quality. So do we have any other comments, please? All right, yes, Mr. Dikwa, it's great to have you on our panel. I mean, in our room for the discussion. Please, would like to hear you.
All right, thank you very much. So this is for the first paper that was presented. And I wanted to ask that for influencer marketing, right? I mean, is it possible for an influencer to take on, an influencer is promoting competing brands? You know, are there any ethical issues there? You know, I mean, should there be any kind of guidelines, or is it just on a pay-as-you-go basis? Because sometimes I see these things happen, and I wonder if it is fine for the cause, or if it's just, again, maybe a function of who can pay. So I like some feedback on that.
Mr. Pius. Hello, Mr. Pius. Mr. Pius. Mr. Pius, hello. Please unmute yourself and talk to me, please. Mr. Pius.
Yeah, hello.
Please look at the button. You will
me?
see join. Click on join on your device. You are waiting outside. You have not entered the room. You will see join. Just click
I've been
on
having
join.
issue with
Yeah, once
okay,
you see,
I will
click
do
on
that.
that join button, it will put in your room. They are waiting for you there.
I'm seeing leave, but I think I've already joined probably.
Okay, just click so that you can find, I mean, and because I know you're a presenter, so you should be in your room.
Yeah, I'm having serious challenge with the network. That's why.
Yeah, please
Been
look
going
for
on and
join.
off.
You are waiting. You're outside room 1. So you click join. I think that is where you go.
Okay.
You will see join. Okay, click on join. Then you will enter. This Christian. Where's Pius Obuchi should join? Okay, now. Just assign them to, I don't think these ones have any, just assign them to rooms randomly. 1, 2, 3, assign them to rooms. But there's one, Christian Ogun. All right, Mr. Christian. Mr. Christian. Mr. Christian. Hello. Yeah, I'm not saying what to do on that platform. These are the expressions. Mr. Christian. Hello, Dr. Agnes Bassi. Agnes Bassi, please talk to me, please. Hello. I see she be assigned to you. Agnes Bassi. She's a presenter. Is she outside? She will give, but she's a presenter. She knows how to handle it. So she'll get to, but yeah, you can see she's back. She'll go back. Sister Midokwe. Hello. Okay, she's back.
We took attendance. We took attendance earlier, and we noticed you were not around at that time. So thank you for being around now. So we'll get to you. Yeah, we just wanted to make sure that our presenters are around. So when Pius comes, please let us know. So let's go back to the question session, please. So the questions can come from anybody.
Sorry, I'm in the right place.
Any question to the two presenters? So if we don't have questions, it means that from the audience, they don't have any issue or they don't need any clarification. So the assumption is that we are good to go with regarding the clarifications that the audience may need. Okay, so I think I will invite Anne Odo now to comment on the papers. So you start with the very first paper and then the second.
Thank you, Dr. Christian. I was hoping maybe Dr. Kamoro should give his presentation so that we know we are done with all of that.
Pardon?
I would want to suggest that maybe Dr. Kamoro, since he's here, he should give his presentation and then we can take all the comments together. Thank you.
Yeah, but you know, one more person is not there. So we want to use the opportunity to wait for him. You're right, it would have been good, but because we are still waiting for Pius, so what we want to do is that we want to buy time with that. Yes. So in the course of your analysis, it might come.
Okay.
Yeah.
issues. Now, when we say issues already connotes a challenge, okay? So when you say issues and challenges, it's almost like we're talking about the same thing. Just wanted to suggest that maybe if you say prospects and challenges, because somewhere in the abstract, you mentioned benefits and strategies. So prospects already, relates to
advantages.
Something new, yeah, advantages, thank you. New strategies that help you. So if you use prospects, to cover your idea around benefits and strategies, and then you use challenges, to cover the one around issues, I think you will be able to portray better the meaning of the content of the paper. The other thing I wanted to talk about is that this particular session has to do with, I think, sustainability in marketing and marketing communications. I didn't see so much talk around sustainability. So it would have been nice if the paper, tries to align the focus, with the theme of the session, okay? So that we know that, yes, it's keyed into what we're here to discuss. Then the last thing I really want to look at is the differentiation between a channel and a platform. Okay, so a digital channel, okay, it rides on a digital platform, right? Sorry, a digital channel, right, rides on the platform of digital technology. So you have digital advertising is riding on the digital platform. If there was no digital platform, it would just be the traditional advertising that we know that they do on the radio, on the newspapers, on the television, okay? The digital advertising strategy, we're just talking about the different ingenious ways you carry out advertising on your digital platforms. So what's really the difference between a channel and a platform? Email is a channel because it's riding on a digital platform, okay? And then the different strategies, okay? So sorry, I'm sorry, let me take that again. I wanted to look at the difference between a channel and a strategy. And I'm going to use an example or examples. Email is a channel because it's riding on a digital, carrying out digital advertising or maybe digital marketing. So we start with email. It's a channel. It is a digital channel, right? And what are the strategies? We have newsletters, we have coupons. You can use first name, basis to address the email, and then it's, it makes people, it compels people to open up that email. You can use soft opt-in to collect people's email addresses, because if you don't have that address database, there's no how, you can contact them to send your email. You can put the links to those emails in, you can put the links to your social media platforms at the bottom, at the footer of your emails, So these are the various strategies we use to drive email marketing as a channel. Now,
Thank you very much. Well done. So as I invite Aisha, please let me also still mention again that another serious characteristic of a positional paper is that you weigh both sides of the argument. So you have to be able to engage it in such a way that we know that you know the argument for your position, argument against your position. And then when you come out with a position that is very strong, we know that you have actually covered all grounds and you have an objective view. So please, you may respond now, Aisha.
All right, thank you so much. So yes, I'm so glad I got those feedback because that's going to help me improve my paper. To the conclusion, so I didn't had
Hello, Tosin. Hello, Tosin. Talk to me, please. Tosin. Hello. She's a presenter in group one. She's just coming. Hello, Tosin. Tosin, can you hear me?
So meaning that organizations should try and reduce the pop-up adverts that they push out to consumers so that they will get returns on their advertising and marketing communication investment. So again, they also said it was recommended that companies should seek consent before serving adverts to them, because to them, if they are not interested, of course, they can actually, do away without the advert. In fact, that the company should even save money if they told
Hello. Papyrus, Agnes. Hello.
Really to talk to the people that are in the audience. Not being able to share his slides, for me, it doesn't cut it. So in case of next time, if you have such opportunities, you should endeavor to get your slide shared as you present your paper. It also gets to show how prepared and how professional you are, in such environment. Now, academic papers are not something you do off the shelf. It's not something you talk from your head. There should be evidences. That's why it's academic. Whatever you state must be shown for what scholars have shared in the past. That is what academic paper and professional paper are quite different. In academic papers, they are meant to provide evidences of what your claims are to substantiate and support your agreement. That's the idea of academic papers. Then for Omononla, nice presentation, but I think your work is too large. For me, knowing that we're going to have only 10 minutes to present, I don't know why I'm doing 25 slides. And then also the slides are so crowded, so it might need to do better, next time. The contents are fine, but I couldn't see where you provided their references. Yeah, I saw your evidences of scholars, what they have said in the argument, but I didn't see any slide that have shown how you organize their references, for such, academic presentation. Because for me, the academic world is different for the professional world. They have their ways they do, they do their things. I'm also trying to adapt to it because I'm not coming from it from day one. I'm not trying to adapt. But so far, I have learned that for anything you do in academics, you must provide a reference. There must be an evidence for to support the argument. That's just the comments I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have another. I can see another hand, but I'm sorry. Your hand is showing. Your name here is showing as iPhone. I'm sorry. I sent you a
That's
message.
Omolola. That's actually Omolola. I lost touch at some point. My laptop got dead, so I had to quickly connect on my phone. That's why.
Oh, right. That means you're not able to hear Mr. Kachi's.
Yes, so I just want to let you know that I got it to the point where I was asked for that was the relevance of the interview. I got that. I didn't get all that. Apart from the one that the last speaker said that the references weren't there.
Okay.
And then my slide was it was large. I got those things, but I don't know if I missed others.
Okay, I think you got everything. The last speaker, that's Akachi, he spoke on your slide being too large and of course no references there. Any other questions, please? Any other questions? Any suggestions? Okay, in the absence of none, while we're still thinking, David, can you hear me? David, are you here? David. Okay, while we are still waiting for David.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Please, I hope you listened to what was said by Akachi. Did you hear him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so please, for further or for future presentations, it's expected that at least the composure is there, so we are able to follow your presentations adequately. Okay, but aside that good presentation, I have two questions. Would you say that there are more local contents in digital space compared to the traditional today? David, you are muted in case you're
For
talking.
me, the advent of digital technologies have
change or revolutionize the advertising space, so to say, particularly, the use of social media and, other media technologies. Now, to directly answer your question, well, advertising itself is a medium of mass communication, and then where it is being placed, whether traditional or digital, is now, so it's the objective still, is still the same, quote and unquote, and then, but for me, I think the digital media and still, the traditional media incorporate more of local content, than digital media, because, you are trying to, digital space, there's this cultural diffusion where you have, different cultures, beyond, the borders of the target audience, Nigeria, quote and unquote now, interplays. And so advertisers want to also incorporate that in.
And I want to ask what define the processes and the psychological mechanism that makes the audience of the influencers to become potential consumers, and which in turn influences the revenue generated through influencer marketing. To explain this relationship, however, theoretically, studies have attempted to explain the relationship between the influencer and the follower, and how this relationship shape or affect brand engagement and brand narratives. One of such theory is the parasocial interaction theory. This theory explains the one-sided response of the audience and how messages are received with media characters who usually perform on social media, how the audience receive and also respond to this messages, this content that social media influencers usually put out there. And such parasocial interactions include likes, watch, reposts, comments. These are parasocial interaction that takes place between the social media influencer and their followers. Also, there is the social learning theory that helps to explain the concept we are looking at, which is influencer marketing and its impact on brand sustainable narrative and development. The social learning theory explains the motivation that individuals derive and consequently exhibit favorable attitude from socialization agents via either direct or indirect social interaction. You agree with me that the shift, the present digital age has brought a shift as to what we define as socialization agent. Gone are the days where you are taught in school that is the family. It has gone beyond the family. It has gone beyond the classroom. It is now online. So we have socialization agents online. So how do these agents, how do these influencers actually Can you hear me? There was a break in transmission.
Yes, we lost you out. We lost you for a while.
Yes,
we lost you for a while.
Network, I think the network.
Okay, yeah, but to continue from that point, yeah.
Okay, yes. So I was saying that how are these social agents, the socialization agents, able to influence the perception of consumers, and what actually motivates brands to go for social media influencers in their marketing strategy? The study raises the questions: what is the role of influencer marketing in shaping brands' narratives in Nigeria? And what motivates brands' choice of influencer marketing as part of using influencer marketing as part of their brand marketing strategy? These are the questions we actually wanted to provide answers to. The method we employed in generating our result are the survey and the focus group. We used a sample size of 200 for the survey, and for the focus group, we just went with 12 sample size, and that 12 was determined based on saturation, in the sense that after carrying out the 2 focus group, we realized that there was a systematic response generated from the 2 groups. So we decided to just leave the focus group for just 2 groups, making a 6 each group comprising 6 participants. We just had 12 participants for the focus group. For the survey, the instrument we actually utilized in generating the data was the questionnaire, a 16-item questionnaire that was constructed to generate the needed answer for the questions in concern. Now, these are the results we got from the field. Findings actually indicated that influencer marketing presently contributes to brands' credibility narratives that can guarantee consumers' engagement and drive consumers' loyalty. You will agree with me that humans are emotional. Based on the focus group discussion sessions carried out,
noted for another time, I would ensure that my key findings, regardless of the timing, are presented so that such will be clear to my listeners. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, Chuku, I can see you laughing or smiling, but please permit me to just get in here for a bit. Omolola, please permit me to read from your excerpt from your paper. And I think that question would be for objective 2.
Yes.
It says to explore the strategies. No, I mean the one for the organization. So, okay, Chuku, it reads, to explore the strategies organization can employ to navigate advert blocking for marketing communication sustainability. So I think that was the objective she was driving at. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So Omolola, the reason we are here is because your slides were there's so many things there, all right?
Yes.
So next time when you are making a presentation, just put little things here and there. In fact, a maximum of 3 slides, 5 in fact, and you can make a beautiful presentation and speak to it, and it will be fine. But just a quick one. Akachi, I see your hand. You have a question?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay,
Yeah,
please.
Omolola, it's for you.
Go ahead.
I'm
Okay,
just,
sir.
looking at your presentation, and particularly your theory. Say you're going to use users and gratification theory. For users and gratification theory, what is the research tradition? In essence, what are the methods used by scholars that have studied that theory, that use that theory to do their studies? Is it qualitative? Is it quantitative? Or is it this method?
Okay. Methodologically, a lot of them some use qual, some use quant.
Have any of them used mixed before?
Sir?
Have any of them used mixed?
I did a meta-analysis on methodological trends in digital marketing. And then based on that, I noticed that there were not too many mixed methods in digital marketing communication researches. And then that was stated, that was why I decided that henceforth, anything I want to do on digital marketing communication, I will ensure that I mix the method, at least to try and fill that methodological gap in a way.
Okay, and also, I don't know, looking at the time frame for this
Yes.
for this paper, are you sure you're going to complete this research, considering what you're pursuing? Looking at the time frame, you're looking at, you know, it goes from a part of limitations to your study. Are you sure you're able to complete this study? Looking at the time frame involved for this paper.
Pardon me, can you reframe the question, sir? I don't think I get it.
Looking at the time frame involved for this paper, you know, beginning,
Yes,
I don't know where the final submission will come. Are you sure you'll be able to complete this study based on this mixed method you are going to use? That's just my question.
I've actually, that work is, the essence of coming here to present is for critique and then, other contributions that could make the work robust. That is a concluded work already. The data was gathered between January and April 2024, and the study is concluded. I just want other contributors so that I can make the work more robust for publication.
Okay, thank you so much. I can actually authenticate that the work is complete or completed. But Omolola, I did a quick search, and so right now your study is suggesting that ad blocking is making advertisers lose revenue, right? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, but I did a quick search, right, just on Google, and I'm someone that consumes YouTube a lot. In fact, I'm a lecturer and I learn from YouTube in as much as I teach. Okay, now, and I said, what is the latest revenue for YouTube in terms of advertising? And it says here in 2023, YouTube global advertising revenue amounted to approximately 31.5 billion US dollars. Now, this was approximately 8% from 29.2 billion from the previous year. So my question is, in as much as people are blocking ads, in fact, I block ads for a living, how come these revenues are still going up? What would you say, or how would you say your paper is addressing this concern? Because, like I earlier mentioned, advertisers work on objectives. I don't think an advertiser will use a medium when he knows that for sure, for certain, they are going to block these ads. Okay. So how is your question, your paper, your study going to address this concern, looking that we are 8% more than what we had in 2022? So this year, or last year rather, we have 31.5 billion US dollars as against 21 billion. So what do you have to say about this, please?
Here.
Father Soguche is here. I'm seeing his name.
Yes, just.
Okay, yes, he just came in now. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, do Hakim wants to say something?
Beautiful. Hakim, you have the floor.
Okay, he had unmuted. I was hoping he wanted to speak. Okay, while we're waiting for him, Adeyemi, Shola Bumi, Adeyemi, Shola Bumi, please can you say something? Thank you. Okay.
The next.
Yeah. Damilola Oloruniwo. Damilola, are you there? Want to say something? Damilola. Okay.
All right, can I say something?
Okay. Network.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Emmanuel.
All right, thank you very much. not offensive. Now, I've heard all that.
Times what they do with their Twitter feeds. What they do with their Twitter feed, you understand that they use their Twitter to bolster, like to improve their audience. Once you go to their webpage, they encourage you to subscribe, and then people pay for subscription. And then they use their retweet function a lot. They live tweet events. They use retweet functions. They retweet once somebody posts a tweet and talks about the story from their webpage. They retweet it so that to engage more people, to engage more audiences. This way you can actually be active online and active offline too. So why people read your newspapers offline, they can actually also go online, read your newspaper, and still get a similar experience, or even a more advanced experience, or more enlightened experience, because the online users are not necessarily your online users are not necessarily your offline users. The online users they're younger, they're savvy, and all of that. So you expect that these are users that you should cater to. But from the analysis and from the research we did here, you notice that these traditional newspapers do not use Twitter or X as it currently is very much. They're not maximizing the use of that platform to bring more audiences for themselves, more readers, more users. They're not even trying to bring in young people. Once you just repost tweets and just put out one line to show and to direct your webpage, users are not encouraged except for Punch that did a better job, but users are generally not encouraged by what is seen online. So thank you very much. I think I'm almost out of time. And again, my apologies for this. Thank you. Yeah. So
thank you very much, Kelechi, for that presentation. Thank you. So we will be taking questions for both Ifunanya and Kelechi. Please, Ifunanya, if you don't mind, can you switch on your camera so that, if it's possible, so that we can see you while you respond to your question, like we usually do. Please, can you raise your hand? Just go to the reaction and indicate. We'll call you and you'll be able to ask your question so that the presenters can take note and get ready to answer. Yes, please indicate, raise your hand, go to the reaction, and I'll call you, you will unmute and speak. I'm sure that you followed both presentations. The first one was on greenwashing or greenwashing, about the banking industry. The second one is on online survey of traditional media usage of Twitter or X. Do we have comments, questions, contributions, clarifications, or anything that can help improve the paper? Why are we not getting comments? Where is everybody? Okay. Since the comments have not started to come in yet, and so that we don't wait without doing anything, I'll ask the co-chair to please make our comments. Usually, we should make ours when others have made theirs, but we really have to save time. So if by any chance anybody gets an inspiration by the time we're done with our comment, we still may take it. So Dr. Akoja, please, can we have your comment?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm just wondering why there seems to be a conspiracy of silence. Perhaps
I can't hear you, ma, please. I don't know if it's the system.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm just wondering why nobody seems to have something to say. I hope we understand the presentations If we don't, we can ask questions. The presenters are here to clarify. But
exactly.
This is supposed to be an interactive session so that all of us can take one or two things back. Okay, so I want to commend your work, Ifunaya, greenwashing or greenwashing. I find that study interesting and enlightening. I must say that you have done a good job, and I just want to make some comments on how you can improve the quality of your study. So to start with, for in-text citations, citations that come within your study, when you're citing an author, the point is that you have not done the citations correctly. When you're citing your authors, you don't need to include the author's names and the year in the same bracket. Okay, and you can vary the format of citation so that it's not just the same format you use throughout your study. There are different ways. You can paraphrase what the authors or those researchers have said. You can paraphrase instead of quoting directly. You can put it in a sentence, and then indicate at the end of that sentence that this point or this idea is not yours by including the name of the author.
Okay. Okay. Once again, good afternoon, stars and mass. The topic is balancing religion and innovation towards a sustainable advertising practice in Nigeria. Okay, I'll start by saying that Nigeria has diverse culture and ethnic groups and geopolitical zones. And because of that, we have we have different cultures in Nigeria and religions based on different zones. Due to colonialism, Nigerians got to be colonized by different colonial masters from all over the world. And this had an influence on what we have as our religion today. From the north, which is dominantly Islamic, we had colonial masters who colonized them. From that side, as Muslims, so they were colonized and their culture was also inculcated into their way of life. So that's why we have the northern people as being predominantly Muslims. Then for the south and the eastern parts of Nigeria, the southwest and the eastern part of Nigeria, we have Christians due to the colonization of the British. And because of that, they also inculcated the Christian religion. So that's why we have predominantly Christians in the eastern zone, the southern zone, and the southwest. But that does not mean for the southwest, we have a mix of the Christian and the Islamic religion, and one way or the other. So all of this affect the landscape, the religious landscape of Nigeria generally. And this also in another way affects the way we live our lives. It affects our culture, it affects the way Nigerians live their lives. And in the long run, it affects how advertising messages are passed to us. It affects how advertising messages are passed to us. So quickly, I want to talk about, okay, that's just a brief introduction of religion in Nigeria. Then I also want to quickly look at the history of advertising. It is traced back to Latin and French origins. and it means to draw attention to products or services. Then I also looked at digital revolution. Technology and technological advancements has shaped advertising practices in the country. We used to have, in the past, we used to have mouth-to-mouth advertising and advertising message and products being advertised to people from mouth to mouth. Then with the advancement in technology, advertising evolved and up till date. So this revolution, this evolving way, and this evolving way that advertising has gone through, shaped the way we receive those messages, and all of this come to play, and they affect how advertising messages are received based on people's culture and religion. Okay, the objectives of this study set out to investigate the relationship between religion and innovation in Nigerian advertising industry. Then it also seeks to examine the influence of religion on advertising practices in Nigeria, considering the diverse religious beliefs prevalent in the country. It also seeks to analyze the role of innovation. It also seeks to analyze the role of innovation in advertising strategies and its potential to address challenges associated with integrating religious values into advertisement in Nigeria's dynamic advertising industry. It also seeks to identify the key challenges faced by advertisers in balancing religious sensitivities with innovative advertising approach. Now this—
Sorry, just to cut you a little bit, you have about 4 minutes for your presentation left. And also, please, if you could help, at least put on your camera so at least we know who put their face to the voice.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Right. So, like I said, okay, let me quickly move on. I'll put on my camera now. I'm trying to see that. Okay.
And how is the laptop coming up?
Yes, I'm on it now. Okay. I think I'm getting there. Yes. Okay.
Please go on with your
Okay,
presentation.
great. Oh God, it's saying unsupported document. I don't know why it's saying that.
No problem. Please go on with your presentation.
Okay, so this study actually looks at different literature, existing literature and previous literature. It looks at previous literature and also analyzes the different adverts that have been done, the successful and even unsuccessful ones, which looks at the consumer, it looks at the previous literature, existing literature, and also analyzes some advertising campaigns which were done, which have religious appeals. Quickly, I want to look at some of the studies that were analyzed. Most of the studies that were analyzed, that were literature that were looked at, that this study focuses on. In Nigeria, it was noticed that most studies in Nigeria only focused on advertising strategies used by religious organizations, used by churches and mosques. It does not really look at religious appeals in adverts, which in adverts, it only looks at marketing, communication, and adverts strategies used by religious institutions. But the focus of this study is influence of religion on advertising, and advertising practices. So, but most foreign studies actually look at influence of religion on adverts and advertising messages. So this is one of the gaps that this study seeks to fill. So I want to quickly move on to some of the studies, some of the ads that we have that were successful.
You have just 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Okay, so we have Kotrak Ramadan ad, which greeted people. We have the Indomie ad. We have the Royco ad. A lot of other brands like that used religious ads, Easter ads, but some of the ads were not successful because it raised a lot of dust from some religious sects. For instance, the Sterling Bank Easter ad, which said like agege bread, it rose. It generated a lot of controversies from the Christian Association of Nigeria and some netizens, and they called for sanctions on Sterling Bank. We also have the Peak Milk Easter ad as well, which says bruised and pierced for us. It was a Good Friday message, and it also generated a lot of controversies, and the advert was later pulled down. Then we also have the Federal Inland Revenue Service Easter ad that says Jesus paid your debt, not your taxes. So this also generated controversy, and the Christian Association of Nigeria also called for sanctions on the Federal Inland Revenue Services. So we have successful religious ads, successful ads that appeal to the religion of people, and we have the unsuccessful ones, which we analyzed in the paper. In conclusion, the study explores the complex relationship between religion and advertising practices in Nigeria, emphasizing the need for cultural and religious sensitivity while being innovative. It is recommended that advert agencies and brands need to understand and respect cultural and religious sensitivities given the diverse religious landscapes in Nigeria. And they also need to incorporate innovative approaches in advertising strategies while ensuring that they align with religious values. Then it's recommended for regulatory bodies to provide guidelines for ethical advertising as well as ensure compliance with the guidelines. Then for research, for the academia, it is recommended that further studies can explore the complex relationship between religion and advertising practices in Nigeria through academic research and studies. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much for that presentation on religion and innovation in terms of sustainable advertising. Okay, so similar to other presenters, let's hear our thoughts, questions, and we've been having the same set of people speaking all the while. So please, I think it would be good to have fresh thoughts, fresh voices on this particular presentation. Oke Shegun, Olawale Bernard, Temtope, please let's contribute to this work. It was a presentation between Tosin and Oyewo. Okay, so please, any other? Yes, okay, thank you, Temtope Baladi. Please, I see your hand. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation, Tosin. Please, I'd like to find out if you explored theories, that explain your work further. I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Maybe you get that out.
Okay,
What theories did you use, and then how did they apply to your findings?
Okay, thank you very much.
So much. Tosin, please, no, hold on, Tosin, please, just hold on.
Okay.
We'll come back. Just document the question. Akachi, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Tosin, for your presentation. I just want to ask, at the introductory level of your presentation, you mentioned that Nigeria was colonized by different countries. You said that the North had a different colonizer, the South had a different colonizer. I don't know whether I have any evidence support this argument. Because if I recall, Nigeria was colonized by Britain. So I wouldn't know. Just let me know whether I have any evidence to support this argument. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you for that, Tosin. So take that as well.
Okay.
Any other contributions? I'm sure she didn't mean that. She didn't mean to say that maybe US colonized the Igbos. While I'm sure I'm sure she would explain to us exactly what she meant. But my question here is, you said regulatory bodies. So in this context, in terms of advertising, ARCON, they should look
ARCON,
into,
yes.
ARCON, they should look into ensuring that advertisements are culturally sensitive and also religiously sensitive. But if these things were not vetted, how come they were exposed to the public? I mean, if ARCON did not vet it, how come they were exposed to the public? Could it mean that they were vetted and they were deemed okay, but it's now a societal issue picking on those advertisements? That's one. Then two.
Arrow that adds to most of these factors that I mentioned already. One, for the socio-ecological exploration, people are what they are based on the information that they receive. That is number one. And number two, people may likely change either positively or negatively, which explains where we are now based on the motivation available or not made available to them. For example, we're talking about people who, the Japa syndrome, you understand, where Nigerians are moving out of the country. Now, lack of motivation, for example, within the country. Yesterday, we just had the government, offering, 48, a miserable, sorry to use that word, 48,000 naira minimum wage to Nigerian workers. And if you measure that against the dollar, you know that we are nowhere. So there is no motivation for workers. There is no ability to act, not made available, and people are still living, Nigerians are still living with different norms and beliefs. And this is from generation to generation. A little child in Nigeria today simply believes that for anything to be get done, he must be bribed. They ask you, Oga, how far? And all that. And these generations that are very young are still growing with this mentality. You can understand if this continues in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, how unmarketable, more unmarketable Nigeria will become. Now, for want of time, I'll just draw into conclusion and mention the imperatives for remarketing based as conclusions and recommendations. For socio-ecological imperatives from the model we have, I recommend that first, the simple thing is that communication alone cannot solve problems, but communication can encourage solutions to problems. And I understand also, like I have reflected in my paper, that for any strategic communication, there must be some planned activities so that in the course of communication, you can mention them so they won't appear as if they are fake. We had an issue, for example, of the rebranding Nigeria that was initiated by the late former Minister of Information, late Dora Akunili. The Nigerian goods people. It was a kind of slogan. It came in that way.
Good people, great nation.
Good people, yes, good nation.
Great
and then
nation.
we're singing it all over. And she came up with that, with that zeal. I understand she was a pharmacist. So she came up, with an objective. But then that was like repackaging Nigeria more than branding or rebranding Nigeria. The moment that advert was running, the social advert was running, the more you could hear, cases of corrupt practices amongst Nigeria, countering even the efforts to rebrand Nigeria. Experiences were involved. So first, for us to remarket Nigeria using strategic communication, there must be an application of socio-ecological imperatives. There must be a sincere action of motivation of Nigerian workers through payment of living wages and provision of basic needs of life by the Nigerian government. And number two, under still socio-ecological imperatives, funding of infrastructure like high quality roads, schools, and other social amenities such as we have in Europe and America must be found here. Whatever it's possible that we can attain that if we have that self-will as a people and especially as a government. So that instead of, I wouldn't want to waste my time going abroad if what I need is here. So if we have all that here and there is that motivation and there is that ability to act, which are some of the most important elements on the socio-ecological model, why would people want to go out and, with that mentality that they have possessed here, mentality of poverty, of Jackpot syndrome, it's happening out there, we must leave the country, we must look for greener pastures, and then as they go there, they begin to commit all sorts of crimes that they may have inherited here over time from generation to generation. If all these things are here, I believe that our strategic communication will have more imperatives for us. On that strategic communication imperatives, then the Ministry of Information and National Orientation must be reorganized. This is one ministry that is very, very important in terms of strategic communication. But right now, I think it is lagging. I still wonder what that ministry does. Maybe they feel it's just about advertising some social attitudes for behavioral change at the national level. Most of these inculcations begin even at the rural level. There are many things at the national level that people at the rural don't understand. So the people at the rural level may even take what they hear people tell them or what is even most convenient for them. And that is how it will continue. And any day any person leaves the rural area, he lives with that luggage, and that baggage of what he understands with his skills and his lifestyles and attitudes to any place, anywhere in the country. That's why you find a lot of problems, especially when you have people coming into maybe urban areas or more developed climes. And then number two, there must be an involvement of local information work plan to sustain the information needs of Nigerians from rural and urban areas with emphasis on morality. If we begin to communicate morality, not just saying it and then doing another thing, not just pastors preaching it and then doing something differently. If we must commit ourselves to morality, to ethics, then we must leave it and begin with the younger generations now. It may be quite difficult to change, a grown-up Nigerian who has grown up to understand that kidnapping is just a way of life, and then he's making a lot of money from there. But if we begin with children, with this generation now, in future, we may be telling the whole world through strategic communication that, look, Nigeria is no longer the Nigeria that it used to be, and that will be true to the world. And then Nigerians should be taught to develop and communicate personal beliefs to and in themselves. That's the psychological part of communication with slogans such as, let me borrow the American slogans, yes, we can. We must have that confidence. I'm trying to round up. And so finally, Nigerians should show commitment to the cause of social, human, and economic infrastructural development. We should grow with that kind of mentality, that is supposedly changed. We should, as Nigerians, also support the government. That is, if the government does what is right. And then finally, the Nigerian media should promote the nation's identity through positive news reports based on the transformational efforts of the nation and her citizens through movies, editorials, news commentaries, features, billboards. All those should adopt a paradigm shift from this entertainment, information, and education alone, transmission to all-encompassing development communications. We should move away from making Nigerian African magic movies about culture alone. That is good, but we should not stop there. We should produce behavioral change communication, movies, for example, that will not only entertain us, but will be planned strategically to meet a particular audience, to give them a focused message targeted at improving the attitude and character of Nigeria and Nigerians, so that when we begin to communicate about Nigerians in the near future, whatever audience will believe that, yes, what they are saying is true. By that, we may be remarketing the Nigerian brand. Whatever is of Nigerian, everybody will believe that, yes, there is a change in the paradigm. Thank you very much. Hello?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your
Okay,
presentation. My device was muted. So thank you. I enjoyed your presentation. I like the passion and everything. All of us can relate to what you said. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Please comment, questions, additions, subtractions, anything, please.
Okay.
Audience.
Well done, sir. For your beautiful presentation. Like you said, the passion in your voice, somebody can actually feel it from wherever it is. You can say that you really want this country to work. Now, there's something I keep staying or re-emphasizing. I believe Nigerians are really good people. But, I'm thinking we'll have to find a way to channel our energy to our leaders to do right. Once our leaders do right, you will see Nigerians fall in place because so much interacting with Nigerians. Recently, we actually did the work for NOA, though the work is yet to commence or whatever, and we had some interviews. Just like you said, many people don't even know what NOA is or what they're doing, and are a very key organ in this country that should take behavioral change and government reforms from the rural community up to everywhere. It looks like they're just sitting in Abuja, I don't know, doing really nothing. So, but what I'm saying that if we can really, because the truth is that we have had beautiful communications from the directory. Every government comes and come up with their own communication and which borders in telling the people you are leading, change, change, change. You are shouting it, the people are willing to listen to you, but they're looking at you doing a different thing. And before you know, it will be like Bakomi, why would I kill myself when my leader is doing the opposite?
Yeah.
And everybody turns into, and of course, it's a survivor that people are really fighting for. It's not, an average Nigerian do not really want so much. An average Nigerian just want to eat, just want to make sure that the family is not homeless and hungry. And that's what, and when they can provide it in a legal means, they look at the government doing other things and they go into doing. So if we can find a way of channeling our energy and strength first in getting our leaders to do the right thing, a single communication, no matter how bad that communication is, so long as they communicate the key spirits of Nigerians, which are more of restless, which are more of costly spirits, you will see people quickly tune in and you will see things move. So really, just like it's a strategic communication, we can communicate as much as we want. We can create beautiful adverts, beautiful communication, sing it everywhere. And average Nigerians have come to realize this. That's one of the things. Sing finish. What is the next? You tell us to tighten our belt, but your own belt is so loose. So how do we manage it? So the leaders really is where I don't know how we are going to really sing it so hold our leaders accountable. And I don't know how Nigerians actually come out. Sorry, so sorry. I'm also speaking it with passion and
Passion,
with the
yes. Thank you so much, Maureen. Thank you so much. Your point noted. So can we hear from, or do you have any reaction to that, Stanislas?
Yes, just to add to what she has said, her point of emphasis is on the need for advocacy, which is one of the approaches for change communication. Others are social mobilization and behavioral change. Now, these approaches, like the advocacy, advocacy is quite expensive, but must be carried out with individuals who really mean business, maybe sacrificially. Now, the duty of advocacy, maybe to government, like in the case of Bring Back Our Girls campaigns, was carried out or such advocacies are carried out only by non-governmental organizations. Well, it is good, and not even all, especially in very serious matters. The image of Nigeria is a serious matter, which if we have to channel these communications, to our leaders through advocacy, the media, especially media channels, the newspapers, the billboards must speak. We should not have just products on billboards, advertising billboards alone. There must be some corporate social responsibility on the part of individuals that, carry out outdoor advertising. You hardly see, out of 100, you hardly even see one that is non-product, only trying to encourage Nigerians to live better. Why? Because maybe people feel it's not their business. I'm just aligning with that particular view. And secondly, we should ensure, if possible, that only people who are communication experts should be elected into ministerial positions as far as the Ministry of Information and Communication or national orientation is concerned. What's the business of bringing a lawyer who will have to learn the ropes, in office? What's the business of bringing someone who is in the sciences to begin to learn the ropes, there? If you bring a communication expert into that office, someone that understands what it means, I think we'll begin to have a headway. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mary, your hand is up. Mary Ajuma, your hand is up, please.
Yes. Thank you, Ma, and thank you for the presentation. In line with what Madam Maureen said, I want to add a comment that actually there are a lot of good things happening in Nigeria. There are a lot of good things about Nigeria, about Nigerians, even with all the challenges. So beyond saying that the government should fix infrastructure, or we want to do something very large scale, or our politicians should do this and do that, I think there's a fundamental mindset problem. If the average Nigerian believes he's in a useless country or nothing works in this country, we hear statements like that almost on a daily basis. That's a problem. So I'm just saying that even before we fix, or while we're working on fixing the parts of the country that are not good, the aspects of corruption or whatever that is not good, there are good parts that should already be, there's information about good things happening that should even be spread out. It's like PR on, it's like public relations for the country, just as the presenter said. So I just want to mention that even before we fix infrastructure, fix security, fix whatever, there are good things happening in the country, and that alone is even where we can even start from. Let's at least acknowledge the good. Let's promote messages that acknowledge the good. Even if you go to the Western countries in the Western world, United States of America, in fact, there are people who complain even more than us about government. And we are here, and from the general conversation, daily conversations among the average Nigerian, you would hear a lot of, in the US, it's not like this. It's not like this in America, and all of that. But even they that have systems that probably are far better, they still complain. So why is there so much emphasis on saying what is bad, what is bad, what is bad? Let's also start saying what is good. And just as the presenter said, and the last commentator said, that it's important to acknowledge the good in our messaging. Let's find, if it's even a policy thing, even if we want to maybe conduct advocacy on something, if it's a policy we can advocate for, that the government should bring up, that the big businesses or small and medium scale businesses, they should have it as part of their CSR to promote a positive image about Nigeria somehow, consciously. Like, there are a lot of ways to go about this. And then maybe we need to investigate this poor mindset about Nigeria. Where did it come from? Where did it start? What are the issues involved? So that whatever solution we're proposing, it won't be half-baked, and it won't just be hanging on the air, but it will deal with the root cause issues of why there seems to be a general negative perception about the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary, for your contribution. Dr. Kore, have anything to add?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. A lot has been said, and a lot, they are all apt for this particular conversation. And the only thing I don't want to say, I just want to point out some areas I just think you could just consider Like you talked about strategic communication and you talked on a lot of things, but I wanted you to put them in a good context because you already captured it already. The 3 I's of strategic communication, that is identities, image, and influence, the 3 I's. So identities, what are our national identities? There have been a lot of conversations, debate about Nigeria don't have identities, we don't have a national identity. So what should be our national identities? And this thing we need to capture. You already mentioned it, that we are good people, there are a lot of things going on in terms of our culture, our tourism and the like. So let's capture it clearly, our national identities. That is the first I, our identities. Then the next is our image. What is our image? It's one thing for us to be saying, this is what is happening to us. It's another thing for us to be saying how people perceive us. Professor Macharia is here, a very good friend of mine. She's from Kenya and she loves Nigeria. She loves Nigeria. And you'll find out that she have a lot of wonderful things to say about Nigeria. But why is it that we don't say good things about ourselves? So you see, in the mind of other Africans, they see us as wonderful people. You understand? When I was in South Africa, you find out that people will say, oh, they love Nigeria because we used to open gates. They have human beings that open gates. And I was just laughing because we open gates home with human beings because we don't have electric gates. But they saw it as a good thing for us having human beings open gates instead of electric gates. So they were also fascinated with the tricycles we use. So the question now is, what is our image? And how can we project more positive image about ourselves? So it's not just enough for us to start saying, oh, this is what's happening to us, this is bad thing happening to us. What are the images of people about us, Africans about us? What are those images and how can we project that positive image they have about us to the larger society and, strengthen that image, reinforce that image, those positive images they have about us as a nation. So it's very, very important. Then the last I, what are our influences? What influence do we have? Nigeria has the largest army in the whole of West Africa, more than 100,000. We have the largest population in Africa. If you match all the South African countries together, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, actually put them in that context, short term, middle term, and long term. And lastly, I don't know, maybe you mentioned it, it's aspect of your method. All this you've actually pointed out is actually an aspect of observation. And I think in your methodology, you could actually say the method you use here is ethnographic observation. As you've observed this as a citizen, and these are the imperative you think that can make us a better nation. So thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. He's not here. I think he has he had network issues. I wonder if you could write this thing and send to him because what you said are very good observations that can help improve the paper. I agree with you on the issue of methodology. And I wish he's here also, but I think he made a very important point by using the social ecological model. That's a very important model. And he said something about the different levels. So maybe I can also put something down and send to him because at times we focus from conversations we have, we focus on the policy level, community level, whatever, but we are not as strategic as it should be on individual and interpersonal level, the family can do a lot from the family. I remember when I was younger, when I was in the primary school, people who, your family name should ring a bell to you, not as per money or whatever. Like now, people say from the part of country where I come from, money is everything. You can do anything as long as you have money. So if you can go back, and that is what, when he mentioned the Ministry of Information and National Orientation, it's also a very good strategy. What can they do? How can we go back to that level? We have had a lot of policies and slogans and whatever. What can we do from the family and the individual level? That is a very important aspect of that paper, this paper, which I think he can also fine tune and bring up. That will make a difference from what I'm used to hearing, and also ethics, morality, hypocritical attitude of Nigerians, of our leaders. These are important areas. So the model he used is good, but he can situate it and then look at this study. I suggest, my suggestion anyway, from that angle, interpersonal level and individual level, and let's see what we can get from all these things. Unfortunately, I think he has.
No, I'm back. I'm sorry. I had a little interference.
Exactly. So, Dr. Nelson, can you please repeat what you said? He was not here when you were making such particular issues.
I've heard a part of what you've said. I'm sorry for
me. What I was saying, what I said. Is if maybe you heard part of what I said. But
yeah, the part of the family and
family, yes.
I have a prompt response to that anyway. Sorry if you don't. I've captured an aspect of that. We talked about 3 approaches in behavioral change communication, and I've captured them to really even include the family. That is at the interpersonal level. So, well, time would even permit us to go into that, but that is where we are lagging. Members of the family belong to other parts of the larger society, and they're also influenced by, some of these social agents, the media, the peer group, and all that. But now the problem is how to address them. If we have a reversal in terms of communication,
another problem. I don't know whether it's my own network or his.
Your network, man. It's out again.
Okay,
It's out.
so I don't know what we do about this. So maybe you write your comments. You got mine, but I'm not sure you got yours.
Yeah, I can actually send it to him. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's him, but he's struggling. His network is really, really struggling.
Yes, very bad. Okay, while he's struggling to come back, I would like to thank him. Okay, I think he's back. His network is very bad. He's out again. Okay, so we're almost
Dr. Parra.
Yes, please.
I want to remind you for us to take photograph. I don't know if you know how to take the photograph. It's in this platform.
No, I don't know. Please.
Okay.
Your camera, let's take a photograph, please. That's a very good observation.
What do you know how to do,
the other laptop I have can easily do that, but this is a school laptop. It doesn't have that.
Okay, I can help you with that.
Anne, please. Thank you.
We need to turn our cameras.
All right.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, let's turn our camera.
So please, let's put on Tolu. Even you see me talking like that, I'm not even
Okay, Asomba, we're waiting, so we can do this in. We're taking in 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna take another one.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
you. So stay,
thank you.
Dr. Korea, and
thank you, Doctor.
Last closing remarks, please, from you.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. I guess we are the latecomers now. So at this point, I was saying that we will call it a day. We'll call it a day, and we want to say a very big thank you to everyone for their rapt attention and participation in this colloquium since morning. It's been very informative, insightful, and quite engaging. And a very big thanks to all the panelists, the paper presenters, and the chairs of the different sessions. I had a lot of takeaways myself, and I'm very sure a number of us can say the same for the period that we spent in the program. Thank you once again, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow would be something similar, but starting off with a workshop and then wrapping it up with a breakout session for paper presentation. Have a good day and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.